Welcome to Hanger 51. Saturday night. My Saturday didn't go the way I hoped. Wow. We'll get to that in a minute. So, let's see who's going to show up tonight. Well, I was had it all planned last night. Got my one radio here on charge. Charged the other one in the truck. Had the truck all loaded up. I bought a new canopy and put it up to test it. I was going to bring it down this morning. Michael writes, "What's up? How you doing, man?" And yeah, so I bought a new canopy, put it up to test it. Very nice. I wanted to get the Craftsman, not the Craftsman, the Coleman, but this is just like it. It's a 14 by 14 canopy, and it's got the vent in the top, and it's got lights inside of it that are very cool. They run down the 4 rails, and they run on 4. They're LEDs, and they run on 4D batteries. 4D batteries will power those things for a month. So that's gonna be cool. So yeah, I was all set to go flying today, and had a new bout with not being able to pee. Had to cath myself. Oh my god. So been sitting with a bag on me for 7.5 hours, and I finally got off the bag. I can pee, but it's painful because I'm still bleeding, which happens every time I cath. And so anyway, yeah, my day didn't start out so good. Didn't get to go flying. So how you doing, Wild Bill? So anyway, so what else is new? Last night, I don't know if you guys saw this. Horizon had a sale. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Horizon had a sale on a Surface, on the UMX Timber X and the Surface Fury 10 scale truck. So I bought both of those. I saved $140, I think it was. Great deals on both of those. The UMX, not a great deal. A good deal, but not a great deal. But I love my full scale Timber X, so I got the UMX one now. That was probably not a great purchase, but I wanted to use up some points. I had almost 100,000. No, yeah, I think I had almost 100,000 points. So I ended up getting it for $47. I bought CA glue, foam safe CA glue, foam safe CA kicker, and a big bottle of regular kicker, all from Horizon. And I only spent $47, including the Fury and the UMX. I had so many points, I just wanted to use them. So yeah. So JCB, what's up, Victor? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Who else is here? Good to see you guys. Yeah. So I'll recap. I was all set to go flying today. Got up this morning, couldn't pee. Fought that for 2.5 hours and finally had to cath myself. I just couldn't pee. So then I was so exhausted, guys. You have no idea if you've never been through that. It just wears your ass out. You know, you're just grunting and groaning, and you're sweating, you're soaking wet, and just trying to pee. And finally, I cathed myself, and then put a bag on it, and I slept for 4 hours, I think, and been laying around doing nothing for 7.5 hours. And then I took the catheter out, and now I'm peeing, but it's very painful. I don't know how people do it that have to do it every day, because every time I cath, I get a lot of blood, and what hurts now. Show us your ass, then. You don't want to see that. it's always bloody, and then when I'm peeing now, it burns because the pee is, you know, wherever the open wound is, it's bleeding. It's not a lot of blood, but that open wound, when you pee on it, you know, as the pee goes through, it just burns. And so now I'm peeing, not great, but I'm peeing, so I don't have to recath. But until that heals, it just burns every time I have to pee. So it's just a very miserable. And I thank God I only have to do this once or twice a year, usually. It's been a while, actually. This time's been at least a year, I think, since the last time I had to cath myself. So, well, you know what? I take that back. No, it hasn't been that long. Shit, it hasn't really even been that long, because when I was dating Linda, I had to cath myself at her house. And she hasn't been dead that long. So, yeah, it hasn't been that long. Thank God, it seemed like a long time. So anyway, I was going to go flying today, have everything loaded up. Actually, the garage door is still open with my truck backed into the garage where I was loading all my stuff. And, yeah, so I didn't get to go flying. Maybe I'll be able to go tomorrow. Radios are charged. Everything's ready to go. So hopefully, but anyway, yeah. So I bought the little sale that's going on at Horizon. I bought their, I don't know, I think there was only 5 hours left on the sale or something, but no, that's not true. It said that, but then it said it's going to the 22nd. So, yeah, it's the UMX Timber X, and then they also had this 10th scale truck on sale, and the truck was $80 off, so it was only 149 or something like that. And then the UMX was $60 off, so I saved $140, and I used my points. I had to buy some CA glue and some CA kicker. So I bought foam safe CA glue and kicker, and then the regular kicker in the big bottle. I got all that for $47, I think it was, from Horizon. So that was cool. Michael, what's up? How you doing, man? So, and now I've got a flying ant or a termite on my desk. I don't know what that is. So, yeah, not doing great. Had a bad day today, Michael. I just telling the guys I had to cath myself, couldn't pee again. So that turned into, ruined my whole day. I was planning on going flying, and but I did buy for an event. I didn't get to go to that either for some reason. I forget what happened that day. I was going to go down to the Imperial Airfield for a fly-in, and I ended up not going. But I bought a new canopy for it, and it was I thought I was buying a Coleman canopy. It's got the vent in the top, and it does have the vent in the top. I actually like it. It's a I forget the name. It's the same brand as my tent, the Oracle Trail, Ozark Trail. That's what it is. It's a Walmart brand, and it's really nice. It's 14 by 14. It's vented in the top, and it's got lights inside of it. And there's 3 levels on the lights. You can bright, half bright, dim, off. And the LED lights are powered by 4 D batteries. And Christ, that'll run those lights for a month. D batteries. Oh my God. 4 of them to light up LEDs. Yeah, so pretty cool though. I really like it. Came with a remote too, actually. I forgot about that. The remote's strapped to the leg, and I didn't take it off the leg, so I wasn't using it. You can push a button in the middle to turn the lights on and off, but there's also a remote, and I haven't used the remote yet. But yeah, so I'm pretty happy with that. Set that up yesterday to make sure it was okay, because I was going to use it today. Maybe I'll use it tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe I'll get to go fly tomorrow. I don't know. So I just got done with the cathing. That's why I'm so late. I didn't pull the catheter out until about an hour ago, and I was trying to get my pee cycle into a rhythm that I could come out here. So that's why I'm so late getting out here tonight. But and I might have to excuse myself because in this state I can't hold it, and when I need to go, I have to go right now. So I might leave the chat here. So, but anyway, other than that, um, so you're tired from the event today too, Victor. What event did you go to? Oh, so there is a Zoom going on. Oh, I wish I'd have known that. I'd probably just gone to the Zoom. I usually check. I didn't check tonight. Oh, my, not thinking real straight yet tonight. Yeah, if I'd known there was a Zoom, I probably would have just gone to the Zoom. So, all right. Well, anyway, tell everybody in the Zoom I say hi. So let's see what else. What else has happened this week? But I haven't done a lot of 3D printing. I did print this last night. It's just a scraper, not a big deal. But I wanted to test it. It's a file that comes on the printer, and it really did make a damn nice scraper. I gotta tell you, for being 3D printed, it's a really nice scraper. They use this to get your print off the bed. If the print's on the bed really hard, they also the printer came with a metal, putty knife scraper, but you can also print one. So depending on what you're trying to remove, you might want to use the plastic one over the metal one. So I printed that. It only took 27 minutes. It wasn't a big deal, and it did a really nice job. So I did. I finally gave up on my battlet that I had printed with that other filament because if I look at it cross-eyed, it breaks. I've repaired that thing at least 10 times now, and I haven't even finished painting it. And I bumped it again last night, and it broke again, and I just broke it in half and threw it in the corner. I said, I'm done with it. It just pissed me off. This filament here that I made the shield out of, here's the latest on the shield. This is great. This is strong filament. This is beautiful. So, so this has got, I did the red putty on the, all over front and back. There's dark. I painted it dark gray primer, which you can see here. Okay, and then I did the putty. So this is putty unsanded here. Then I sanded the putty here, and then I put. I'm ready. This is ready for another coat of primer, and then this is going to get painted. The finals. So this is my progression wheel here on the back. So on the front, what I ended up doing, because the cracks that I'm filling are so minute, so fine, that I use the wall spackle, which it's going to work fine. I use this wall spackle all the time on really fine, especially on foam, because it sands so easy, and it's easy to manipulate on the foam. So that's why it's got the white splotches on it now, because I went back over a very thin coat of the white wall spackle to finish it up. Then I'll prime it again, and then we're going to start painting it. So, but this black filament I bought, that's this Sunlu PLA Plus. This is super strong. I mean, this thing is a rock, and if I'd have hit my batleth like that, it would have shattered into a million pieces. So I'm gonna print a new batleth. I'm gonna start over. I'm gonna print a new one out of this same filament because of how strong it is. This stuff's amazing. So yeah, so this is coming out really cool. The satisfaction I'm having from the printer now with these printers that I bought. I've got 3 of them now, and they're doing such good work that I'm really enjoying it. If I have to stay home, because I can't afford to go out or I'm sick or whatever, I really enjoy what I'm building in 3D prints is pretty fun. A lot of satisfaction in it, especially this one's been the most satisfying. Building this big shield that I had to cut into 4 pieces and glue back together, and it's really cool. Spencer, what's up? Print myself a tinfoil hat. Why do I need a tinfoil hat? Am I one of those guys? I didn't think I was one of those guys. I don't think the government's watching me. Why do I need a tinfoil hat? Right now, I need a tinfoil dick cover. That would be more helpful than a hat. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that's this is coming along pretty good. I'm pretty excited about the way this is coming out. I should be probably painting it tonight. I think I'll be able to paint the red tonight. And then over the next week, I'll be able to get the blue and the silver on it. Probably get it finished up by next weekend. So I should have a finished shield. So that's going to be pretty cool. I think it's going to come out really nice. So yeah, so that's working out pretty good. I haven't really printed anything else. This like I said, the scraper. That's really proud of. I haven't been printing much. Been really busy. I've been working on the Dodge a little bit, and working on the garage. Really getting. I should be able to get the rest of the floor in next week too. Also, probably. I've got the cars parked in there now, underneath where the living room's going to be, inside the garage. And but I have to pull them out to put the last joists in, and I think I'll be able to do that next week. I've got everything pretty cleaned up now, to where the upstairs is pretty full, and I still have a lot of room up there, but there's a lot of stuff upstairs. Oh my god! And by the time I get all these airplanes out of here upstairs, and the airplanes off the car over there, it's going to be pretty full up there. That's going to fill it up. But that's really about all that's left that do I need to get up there for now. And then once that's, once I've got all that cleaned up and everything, I can go ahead and finish the apartment. And then all the stuff will be out of here. So I'll be able to run all of my electric in here and all the electric in the upstairs living room. The plumbing and everything. Get all the drywall up. I should be able to just work on it now instead of... I spend more time moving shit out of the way than I do working on it. But I should be able to just move, work on it now. By next week or the week after, I should be able to just get busy working on it and not worry about moving this and moving that and cleaning this and yeah. So I'm hoping that's how it's going to go. I think so. It's definitely moving in the right direction though. We're getting a lot done. I do have half the living room floors done. Well, not half, but I've got a 12 by 16 section and then a 16 by 16 section. So the 12 by 16 section's done. The floor's in, and the strapping's underneath is done. I still have to do the 16 by 16 section, so that's next. And that's the section that the two cars are under. There's the Impala and the Dodge are parked underneath that area. The whole border's up. I just don't have the middle slats in. The border and all the posts, all that's up done. I just need, and all the hangers are already in place. All I got to do now is get the boards that are on the other side of the car parked over here. I got to get them over the car and me and Jeff are just gonna set them into the hangers, and that won't take very long at all. We'll get those set in the hangers, and then I can just start screwing all the screws into it and put the floor on it, and we'll really be done. Oh, I ordered a car lift. I think I told you guys that. I don't, it's right now. Let me look here real quick. It's still in processing, and it's coming out of China. And it was supposed to be a U.S. seller. I don't know if I'm going to get this thing or not. I've already called the credit card company and let them know that this might have been a scam. And they said, well, okay, no problem. Just let us know. And I said, well, how long should I wait? And they said, well, give it at least 2 weeks. So the 21st is 2 weeks. So if I don't have a confirmation of its shipping, I have a confirmation that it's, you know, at the shippers or whatever, but it's in processing. It doesn't say shipped. It's in processing. So I do have a confirmation. So I'm hoping it's going to come. I'm sure it's a Chinese copy of a brand name. I bought a brand name lift. At least I thought I bought a brand name lift. More than likely, it's going to be a Chinese copy of a brand name lift. But I don't really care. As long as it's, you know, well made, I don't care if it's got a brand name on it or not. As long as it'll hold my car, that's all I give a shit about. So, and I'll know when I get it here if it's flimsy crap or if it's going to be, you know, sturdy enough to put cars on it. So I got to make room. That's where the car's parked now. When I get all that wood out of there, I can get the car out of here, and that's where the lift's going, where that car's sitting, in that general area. So that's another progression in the. And then I think update on the trailer. Deb and I have decided we're not waiting to move the old trailer. We're gonna put the new trailer on the other side of the garage over here and just put it in and move into it. And we'll empty that trailer as we're moving into this trailer. And then once that's emptied, I don't know if I'll tear it down, leave it there, have the fire department come and do a, you know, we'll just set it on fire and let them, you know, contain it and just let it burn to the ground. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet. I probably won't do that. What I'll probably end up doing is taking all the metal off of it and take it to the recycler, get a little money back on that. And anything else, I'll probably reuse. Well, no, I'm not putting any toilets in here, so that's I'm not going to be able to use the toilets. Yeah, I really don't think. You know, maybe the ceiling fans, but I'll probably put new ones in here. I don't think I'll reuse the ceiling fans. So I'll probably tear the shit out and sell it. You know, put it on Marketplace and see if I can sell it. Use ceiling fan, use bathtub, you know, that kind of stuff. We'll see. But we'll wait till, you know, like I said, we're just going to put the new trailer in and move into it. I'm not going to screw around with this anymore. It's just going to take way too long. There's just too many variables to get that out of here and put the new trailer where the old one's sitting. So we're going to move it over here. The hell with it. So yeah, so that's what we're going to do. We'll see how that goes. So we're gonna go order it. You know, in the next week or two, we're gonna go order the new trailer. You know, she's got to go pick out, you know, what kind of faucets and lights and whatever. You know, the stuff that's included. You have options. So she's gonna go, you know, pick what she wants, and we'll go from there. All right. So what have you guys been doing? Anybody flying? I think Spencer went flying. Victor did. He went to an event this weekend. I guess yesterday. What else is going on? Is this thing working? Hello? Hello? Is anybody home? Hello? Because nobody's even chatting with each other in the chat. It's frozen. I don't see anybody talking. Somebody just say hi or something. Just let me know that I'm actually broadcasting. Because right now nobody's talking to myself or anybody else. Now nobody's saying anything. I might be just talking to myself. I don't know. It seems like it. There you go. Thank you, Michael. No, you mean if a paid job working? No, I am not working. that's still up for debate. Once the new trailer is in, whether the garage is finished or not, I might go back to work. And if I do, I'll probably be going back to Disney, at least for a couple of years. I'll go drive a bus again at Disney. I really love that job. Um, might end up, with everything the way it is right now. Learn something else new. I'm not 100% yet, but I'm pretty sure, um, because I'm over 65, or I will be by October anyway. Um, I don't have to pay property tax anymore. So the new trailer is not going to affect. I'm not going to have to pay an increased property tax. Not going to have to do. They're really pushing this, and I don't know if it's already in place and they're modifying it, or if they're still trying to get it in place. But yeah, something's happening here with property taxes, and that's going to make a huge difference. So that'll be great. So yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Um, but yeah, I'm not ready to go back to work. I'm still having problems with my back, although it does seem to be getting a little better. Um, I think I could probably hold down a job driving the bus, at least at Disney. I couldn't go back to work for the company here because you don't get any breaks. It's a 9-hour shift with no breaks. I just have to drive for 9 hours. I don't get a lunch break or anything. I have to eat lunch in between stops. At the end of a run, I might have 10 minutes. And that's that. I have to take care of peeing or whatever I got to do in that 10 minutes. That's all I get. And it's a 2-hour run, and then I get 10 minutes. So yeah, I couldn't do that. At Disney, um, I won't have to drive more than 3 hours, and then I'm off the bus. And I'll get at least 30 minutes to 45 minutes, maybe an hour. It depends on the shift. Lunch break. And then I'll be back in the break room waiting to get back on a bus. And it sometimes takes a couple hours to get back on a bus. So, because, they've got everybody else is on break as well. And then they broke before me. Well, then they're waiting to get on a bus. So it's quite a process. So usually, depending on whether I'm at Magic Kingdom, Studios, Epcot, or Animal Kingdom, changes greatly how quickly you get back on a bus, or how quickly you could get back on a bus. At Magic Kingdom, I get back on a bus pretty quickly because I'll take the shift nobody wants. There's a very boring, but I don't care, loop on the back of Magic Kingdom. It takes you from the employee parking lot to the castle. And that's all you do is you run back and forth from there's 4 buses that just alternate through, and we're just in every 15 minutes, we change position. I'll come in, sit for 15, and I leave. The next bus is right in behind me, and we just circle around, bringing people to and from the castle to the parking lot. And when that's available, I take it. And I don't want to stand out. Especially at Magic Kingdom. We don't have an air-conditioned break room or anything to sit in at Magic Kingdom. You have to sit out in the hot sun. We got some tree shade, but that's it. And unless it's raining, and then they'll bring a bus out so we don't have to stand in the rain, and we sit on a bus. But that only happens if it's raining. So I really hate standing around there, so I'll take whatever they've got. The other one that nobody likes is it goes through the horse, I forget what they call it, the trails, I think. And there's a bus that does the same thing. There's 3 buses that loop back into the trails where there's horses and stuff, and there's shows back there. And so we have to move people from the Magic Kingdom to the shows and back. So that's another one. And I'll take either one of those just to get on a bus. I'd rather be driving on a bus, my nice air-conditioned office, than standing at the booth waiting to get on bus. I'd rather be driving. So I always take immediately whatever they've got. And I don't have that luxury at Animal Kingdom or Epcot or Studios. You just sit there and wait your turn. But you're in an air-conditioned break room, so that's not so bad. Usually we have a TV, and so I don't care about that. But at Magic Kingdom, get me on a bus as quick as you can. I don't want to stand around. I'd rather be on the bus. So so that'll depend on how everything works out. More than likely, I'm going to go back to work though, probably sometime next year, and then for at least 2 years, I'll probably work at Disney. Maybe longer. I don't know. We'll see. Um, because I can't retire because of my settlement. Um, the accident settlement had a clause in the contract I had to sign that if I go on Medicaid or Medicare, if I go on Medicare between now and 2.5 years, that at the end of that 2.5 years, Medicaid or Medicare could take my entire winnings of the lawsuit because that was meant for medical treatment, um, and they can claim it. Well, that's not going to happen, so I'm just not going to get on Medicare. Um, I'm not going to be able to get on Medicare until 27. So my birthday 27 is when I'll probably go on Medicare if I retire then. If I'm still working for Disney, then I won't need Medicare. They've got a great insurance plan, so I don't need Medicare. Um, so yeah, so that's where I am with that. We'll see. If it happens, it'll be next year. But we should be in the new trailer this year, and even sooner than I thought. Because like I said, we're not waiting to tear this one down. We're gonna just put it up over here. It's not really where I wanted it, but I don't want to wait any longer. I'm sick of living in this shithole, and so is she. So we're just gonna put the new one in, get in it, and get happy. And the stress alone, living in that shithole is enough to get. I just got to make it happen. I can't do this anymore. So anyway, so that's an update. We've pushed that schedule up, and yeah, so that's cool. Hey, did any of you guys see the new Dynam Tucano that came out? Did any of you get one? That was pretty interesting. That looks pretty sharp, actually. It's not a bad looking airplane. It's about 1300 millimeter. Um, it's lights, flaps, retracts. Um, full Monty, 4-cell. Nice looking airplane. Really is. I was impressed. It's a pretty nice looking airplane. Um, I don't know if any of you guys saw it. But I got a there was a YouTube video. You can YouTube just Dynam Tucano and you'll find it. There's a couple of guys that have them. I went to one of the links, and I guess the only place you can buy, General Hobbies still has Dynam, but they don't have the new one. So there's a I think it's a hobby shop that in the U.S. that has. The new Hobby King Bolt battery. Bolt. I got a new battery from Hobby King. It's called a Radiant. Hang on a minute. I'll go get one. Hang on a minute. It's brand new, and from the I don't know if you guys. That would have broke this if it had been made out of the filament that I made the damn. I just knocked that off the garbage can here. That would have broke it if it had been made out of that other filament, but it's fine. He said Hobby King batteries were pretty good, before they were, but the new ones they say are terrible. Well, I didn't see that video before I bought this new battery, but I bought one to try it. I'll try it tomorrow if I get to go flying. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me go grab it. Yeah, it was pretty cheap. It's called Rapid. Yeah, Rapid. Um, Here, let me do. Well, God, I don't know if I can do that on the Zoom. Um, yeah, I can. I think. Let me do this. Yeah. So I'll put it over here. Yeah. Rapid 5.0. Um, yeah, this is some new battery they came out with. And it's probably junk because that guy testing batteries said their new batteries suck. So this is probably not going to be any good. It's 100C. Yeah, sure it is. Uh, yeah, 6S, 5,000 milliamp, and it says it's 100C. Rapid. So anyway, it looks okay. I mean, as far as quality of building, it looks okay. But yeah, it's probably probably not going to be any good. Since that guy testing batteries said their new batteries suck. Um, but yeah, that's it. So I don't know. We'll find out. I'll keep you posted on it. I'm sure the first couple of flights will be fine, but will it last? How well will it do? That kind of thing. Am I going to balance the battery before I use it? Absolutely. I balance all my batteries before I use them, just like my props. Yeah, I always balance charge my batteries, guys. That's I always um, I rebalance them. I don't let it peak balance, and the charger shuts off and says it's good because I'm usually charging them at 2 amps, 3 amps, whatever. I always reset the charger to zero point 0.4 amps and peak it one more time before I fly it. So I do another balanced charge at zero point 0.4 amps and let it peak off of that, and then I fly it. So that's how I charge my batteries. I'll charge them at 1C, 2 amps, 3 amps, whatever it's supposed to be at. Sometimes 4 amps. I don't think I go any higher than that. Um, and then but I always repeak it, and at zero point 0.4, and then I fly it. So I know I have a perfectly balanced and fully charged battery when I go fly. So that's just the way I've always done it. And even when I pre-charged them at home the night before, I would go to the track or the field, and I would have a big 6S pack on my smart checker, and I'd plug that in. I'd plug a charger into that to power the charger, and then I would do the zero point 0.4 amp peak charge on every battery through that. I mean, that runs all day. When you're only going 0.4 off of a 6500 6S, you can charge 20 batteries. You can peak, 20 batteries at 0.4 amps. So that's what I used to do until I got the generator. I haven't done that in quite a while. I'm just spoiled now with the generator, so I don't bother with that anymore. So, but anyway, so I did buy. This wasn't the only battery I bought, but this was the only um, new battery. Something that I'm not familiar with. I've had great success with the nanotech batteries from Hobby King. Those have always served me very well. They even if you overheat them, they always recover. They just seem to work, and they last. I really have good luck with those nanotech. So I bought some more of those, and I bought a couple of 5,000s, 5200s, and I bought a heavy duty I think I bought one heavy. They had a bunch of batteries on sale, so I bought a couple more batteries. I think I bought four or five. Um, but this was one of them. I thought, oh, well, let's try that, see how that works. You know, figured I'd experiment. It was really cheap. I mean, it was really cheap. So, you know, I figured, well, what the hell? We'll give it a shot. So, we'll see. All right. We're doing good on the you know, we got 15 people, but only 8 likes. So I could, you know, I could use a, hey, go ahead. And, I wish I had I gotta get one of Jeff's coffee mugs. You know, spike the like. You know, I gotta get one of those. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, you know, it just helps. I don't know what else. You guys want to see any 3D printed stuff? You want to see anything in particular you want to look? You know, I can grab and bring to the camera. Trying to think of what else. Anything new that I could bring to the camera? That's new. The in the background there. The top right there, the Chevelle on top up here. That was on sale about, I don't know, a month or two ago. So I bought that. It's a drag car. It's just beautiful. I doubt I'll ever run it. You know, I don't do any drag racing, and although Leadfoot City, I didn't even think of that. Leadfoot City's having an RC drag race at the end of the month. Huh. That's that new drag strip that opened up, you know, full scale drag strip, you know, eighth mile drag strip opened up 5 miles from me. You know, I can hear the cars from here. Yeah, they're gonna do an RC drag race at the end of the month. I might take that there. I just loved it because it's beautiful. Che, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, I bought it because it's beautiful and it was on sale, and I just love the blue. I love the Chevelle. It looked really cool, so I bought it. I knew it would look good in the background next to my Mach 5 up there. So, what the hell? So. I'm not going to do that right here, Che. But I probably, once I get this finished, because that's the only wall that's finished in here right now. The other walls are bare. Once I get it finished, I might have a rack with the printers and use that as a backdrop. You know, like one of two. I might have like 2 different tables I'd sit at, and if I'm doing 3D printing stuff, I'll have the printers in my background, and if I'm doing RC stuff, I'll have the RC stuff in the background. You know, that'll come eventually. But right now, and I don't know that you knew this, probably not, but yeah, I've got 3 printers now. I bought, you know, the K1C you knew about. I bought the Anycubic Cobra S1, so that's a multicolor printer, so I can do the multicolor stuff that you do. And then I bought a K1 Max, so I can do big stuff. And when I say big stuff, like this, okay. So I printed this on the, and it had to print it in 4 pieces, obviously, and that got it, you know, and then glued it together. And I'm doing the final sand on the fill, and then I'll be painting it. But yeah, so I bought the Max. I originally bought the K2 Plus, but I got a bad one. You know, it's a 50-50 shot whether you get a good one or not. I got a bad one. It wouldn't print anything. It just kept failing. It just would shut down, like it's overheating, and it you know, protect itself. It just shuts itself down. So I sent it back, got my money back, and bought the K1 Max. The Max is perfect, working perfect, and it printed this, and this came out great. And so yeah, so I can print really big stuff now. Um, so yeah, I've got 3 printers. I can do the multicolor stuff. I can do anything smaller. You know, these two, the K1 and the Max and the C, I can use either one for your average print. And then if I need to print something really big, I'll use the Max over here. So that's coming out really good. Real happy with that. Been printing all kinds of shit. So been having a lot of. I got to tell you guys, it's for something you can do at home as a hobby. That's pretty rewarding. This 3D printing stuff now. I mean, I've been doing this for 8 years, but you know, I used to print on that silly ass, you know, Ender 3 over there, and it was a nightmare. You know, it was terrible. I just nicked it, the putty. It fell over, but that'll be all right. It'll sand out. Yeah. So now it's fun, you know, because almost everything I print now comes out beautiful. I rarely have fails anymore. You know, it's the norm before was a fail. If I got a good print out of 1 out of 10, that was great. Now if I have a fail 1 out of 40, it's unusual. I mean, literally, I can print 40 things and not have a fail. So you know, it's been wonderful. These new printers are just awesome. And I got to tell you, out of all of these, I think the Anycubic Cobra has the best print quality. It's really good. I mean, the stuff that's coming off of this machine is really good. Been really impressed. This came off of it. It's just it's a drawer that goes into this unit that holds the ACE. The ACE is the filament dryer. It's a dryer and a filament spool holder when you're doing multicolor stuff. And you know, Bamboo has one called the ASF. Is that what they call it? And then Creality has one called the CFS. Yeah, the CFS. And then this one's called the ACE. And they all look pretty much the same. 4 spools, glass, plastic lid. This is a dryer though. This is the only one that's a dryer. Although I think the new Creality is a dryer. Oh, I think the new Bamboo one is a dryer also. I think. But this one's been a dryer since conception, like a year ago, I think. But this drawer, for instance, it's got honeycomb on the front, and let me hang on a minute. Let me do this. So, I mean, look at how good. The surface quality is just phenomenal. It just. I mean, you can't even tell that's 3D printed. It just looks like a plastic, however they, molded plastic. I mean, it just, and it's got inside, it's got little, these little, it printed that right into it. These little section holder things. So this thing that holds the ACE. The reason I got it is this has a plastic lid on it, not a the K1C has a plastic lid. This has a plastic lid. This has a glass lid. All right, so setting the ACE or equivalent on the glass lid is not a problem. I don't worry about that. But on the plastic lid, it's kind of heavy. And I don't really like the idea of having that weight sitting on the plastic lid. And if you need to take the lid off for whatever reason, you can't get it off if that's sitting on it. So you got to move that. It's a real pain in the ass. But this thing that I printed, I 3D printed this rack that raises it up a good 8 inches. and then there's two drawers in it. So I've got two drawers to keep all my print stuff in it, and then the space underneath it that I can take the plastic lid off the printer if I need to. You know, if it's getting too hot, I'm printing something like PLA or whatever, and it needs to get, you don't want it to get that hot. I can just, you know, pull the lid off without moving the ACE. So that's pretty cool. It's a beautiful print that came off. I'm really happy with that. That riser thing is really cool. It holds the ACE. So yeah, I've been really happy with the quality of this Anycubic. Man, it's a really nice printer. Not to say my other two aren't too. All three of these do a phenomenal job. But the Anycubic is really really impressed me. You know, the layer lines are really fine. It just really does a super great job. How much do they go for? Okay, good question. Oh, your P1Ss have drying chambers on the multicolor unit? Really? Are those new? Because they didn't originally come with them, did they? Yeah, you're right. I mean, they're pretty much, you know, whatever they call automated material system. Crealities is the Creality filament system, and the ACE. I don't know what the ACE stands for, but yeah, you're right. So they're all the same thing. The way they work is a little different. The Bamboo Lab one, you gotta. I guess you have to pinch the feeder like it's like an extruder. You gotta like hold it to while you load it. And these other two, the Creality one and the ACE, you don't have to. You just stick the filament in it. It takes it out of your hand, and so it's one hand loading, which is, you know, I'm just telling you what other people on, you know, on their reviews have said that you know. So let me see. I think the K1C was the first one I bought, and it retailed for um, I want to say it was $5.99 when I bought it, and I got it for four. It was $5.99, and I got it for $4.80 shipped. Got it on sale. Um, the Max is I think $8.99 retail, and I got this one on sale cheap. I think this was like $6.80. Um, hey, Greg, what's up? How you doing, Craig? Um, so I got all three of them on sale, and then the Anycubic was $5.99, including the ACE. It's a combo. Was $5.99 for the combo, and it had just recently had a price increase because of the tariff to $6.99. Um, but then they were running a special on their webpage, $50 off. So that brought it down to $6.49, I think it was. And then I found it on, yeah, apparently they forgot to update their eBay ad. And I found it on eBay for $5.49. so I got it for $5.49 when the new retail is $6.99. So I bought all three of them cheaper than their retail prices. I got good deals on all three of them. And I'm super happy with all three of these. I did buy a K2 Plus, and it was a piece of crap. Now, some guys have got crap ones, and some guys have got good ones, and it's kind of a 50-50, I guess, who's working the line that day, whether you get one that works or not. It's not the quality of the product, you know, the actual pieces. It's a very good quality, but they're just not putting it together right, and they're not testing them. These were all tested before they were shipped, and all three of these work perfect. The K2, and the way you know they tested it is there's filament in the extruder, you know, because when they stop the print, they cut the filament off, and they leave the little bit that they tested with in it. So you know when you put your filament in and it pushes a different color out than what you're loading, you know it was tested. It's got filament in it. My K2 didn't have any filament in it, so they never even tested it, and it didn't work. It failed 14 times, and I just sent it back. I'm not going to be a beta tester for them. I'm not going to be a service, you know, field tech. I'm not doing it. I got too much going on in my life to be tearing a brand new machine apart to figure out what's wrong with it and fix it. So I just boxed it back up and sent it back, got my money back, and bought the K1 Max. And although it's not quite as big as the K2 Plus, it's big enough, you know, at least for now. I'll probably be buying a bigger one eventually, but it'll be a lot bigger. So, but so those are the prices for these three machines. All three of these are awesome if you wanted to get into this. There are some other machines I can recommend that are, depends on what you want to print. And that's the problem. People don't think about the future, you know, like what they might want to print later. So they'll buy an open bed slinger machine for a couple $100, and then they want to print something more exotic, and you can't. It won't print. You know, you can't print like some of the carbon fiber filament stuff on an open air. You know, you need a chamber that can keep the heat in it. So yeah, so it's just, you know, if you're not thinking ahead, and that's why I bought what I bought, because I was thinking ahead. I was thinking I might be printing stuff in other filaments other than PLA. PLA is the basic, you know, that's the standard, you know, very simple. Doesn't have, it's great indoors. It won't survive in the sun. The UV lighting from the sun will just destroy it. You know, in a month it'll disintegrate. But there's other, like PETG is fine in sunlight. So, but that requires a higher heat. May or may not require a temperature controlled. I would not print that in a winter condition without a controlled heater. You know, a cold garage, that filament's not going to print well. But if it's average heat, it'll probably be okay. PLA will print anything; they don't care. It doesn't care. But having a cabinet that controls the heat, you know, keeps it constant, is a must for me anyway. And so all three of these are enclosed cabinet printers. So yeah, a lot of fun. Printing some really cool stuff. I mean, just really cool stuff. You know, in my reach, right? You know, besides what you can see on the shelf behind me, I printed myself an Oscar, and of course you saw the big shield. That's about all. Like, oh, I got a Velociraptor. Printed that. He won't stand up on his own. I have to glue his legs to a base. Yeah, I just use what I use is a vase base, and I glue him to that. But yeah, so I've got this cool Velociraptor here. This is just the stuff that's you know what you can see on the shelves behind me, plus some other stuff. A lot of vases, you know, they're the easiest to print and sell. So you've tried that, Jay? You've tried printing some PLA and PETG together, and it doesn't stick. They won't bond to each other. Is that right? That's good to know. I was curious. I haven't tried that yet, but I did make an airplane, not a full size one. I did print a A1 Sky Raider, which is right here. You know, it's a you know a you know it's a like a die cast, you know, kind of thing. But it came out beautiful. The beauty of the scale of this and the shape of it and everything printed really beautiful. So yeah, I did print one airplane. I'll be honest. Originally, the reason I bought a printer was to print airplanes. I wanted to print RC airplanes, and the first one I wanted to print was a F-86. And 3D Labs has a file that I can download for $40, and I can print an airplane. And I'm glad I haven't done it yet, and I still might, but it's going to be very expensive. I thought this was going to save me money, but it really isn't. I'm going to need probably four rolls of filament. Now I can buy, and this is what I printed out of this black PLA Plus is this Sunlu PL is super strong. So I'd probably print the plane out of this, and I can get 4 rolls of this for $48. So basically, it's going to cost me $48 for the material, $40 for the file, and then I just have an empty shell. So I still have to fit it with everything: landing gear, hinges for all the control surfaces, push rods, control horns, all that, and then all the radio gear, servos, speed control, propeller, air, and then finish it with either painting it or and buy stickers for it, decals. And when you add it all together, it's not cheaper to print an airplane. I thought it would be, but after I did the math, because I was ready to order the file, it's on 3D Labs site. It's still $40 for the F86. So I started, I wrote it all down, how much all this stuff's going to cost. And I can buy that FMS F86 for, well, I could use the Aero PLA, but it's even more expensive, isn't it? I think that costs even more. I can get this stuff for $12 a roll. Yeah, the Aero's lighter. That's why it's the Aero PLA. But I forget how much it is. I know it's more expensive. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with that idea. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know that the weight difference is going to be enough to really make a difference, honestly. So what's up, Juno? How you doing, man? Good to see you. So yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that idea, Jay. I thought about it, but after I just priced it with the cheapest filament I can buy at $12 a roll, and it still was going to come out to more money than. Yeah, so $25 a roll. So okay, so now instead of $48 in filament, I got $100 in filament. See what I'm saying? It's the reason I wanted to do this is I thought it was going to save me money. I could print airplanes and save money, and now it's not really. But yeah, even if I print one just to hang, hang up in the garage for looks, I will print one. And now that I know I'm going to use this filament to print it, I might go ahead and order the file and print it. Just so you guys have something to look at. Okay, I got to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Uh, yeah, I'm okay. For you guys that got here late, I had to cath myself this morning. Another one of my bouts with not being able to pee. Wore the cath for 7.5 hours and then I took it out, and now I'm peeing, but it burns. I'm bleeding. So I went while that's still healing. Um, I can't hold it. You know when I get the sensation to pee, I have to go pee like right there. So that's why I got up so abruptly. I can't wait. So until the bleeding stops, where whatever part of me is bleeding, until that stops, it's going to be a little bit of of a a deal to work with. So yeah, Michael. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Man, I have so many airplane questions to ask you, but yeah, I print a lot of flower pots. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Okay, and I'm gonna get one for an example. I think I have one in here. Um, I'll be right back. So, since I've been doing this for 8 years, um, what I've learned is that vases are the easiest thing to sell, the easiest thing to print, the fastest thing to print, that uses the least amount of filament. Okay? And the reason for that is the slicing software has a mode called vase mode. Now, any of these, anything like this, prints like this. Okay? It just back and forth. Diagonal goes this way, and it layers every little piece. So it'll drop a little filament here, here, there, and then the next layer, and that's how it prints. Okay, and that prints anything but a vase. The vase prints one continuous oval. And it doesn't have to be a perfect circle. It can be square. But it keeps moving in one flow. It never stops. It just increases a layer line and keeps flowing. So it's like one continuous flow. So, and it doesn't, like this one, for instance, with all these flutes in it, it's doing a very jagged, circle, to make all these flutes in here. But it's one continuous flow, so this takes the shortest time to print. It uses the least amount of filament, and they come out beautiful, and people love them. So it's easy to sell. So I've sold several of these. So that's why I print these. They're just it's kind of the instant gratification thing. This it just you get it prints so quickly in comparison to other stuff. Like this airplane, for instance. I think this was a 15-hour print. Okay, it was quite long, and this vase I think was 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours maybe. So yeah, it just so that's why they're so much easier to print. Yeah, actually, well, Bill, I think I'm gonna. There are fake flowers to print, roses, and some stuff. So yeah, you can actually print flowers to put in the vase. So yeah, I haven't done that yet, but I'm probably going to do that. Um, so I haven't gotten to that point yet. I've had more critical or more important things to print that I want to print more than flowers for this. So, But yeah, there are flowers out there to print, so I probably will do that. Um, the main thing, I really wanted to get the batleth done, and I gave up on that. I'm gonna have to print a new one because the filament I used for that, at least this one, it just keeps breaking. If I touch it, if I look at it cross-eyed, it breaks. So I purposely broke it in half and threw it over there because I'm just done with it. I've had to fix it 10 times at least. And I'm just tired of fixing it. You know, I'm trying to get it all smoothed out to get it painted so it's got a perfect finish on it, and it keeps breaking. And I'm tired of fooling with it. So I'm gonna print a new one out of this stuff, and the same stuff I printed the big disc, you know, the shield. This thing, I'm not kidding. I know I could stand on this. This thing is so strong, and I weigh 250, and I could stand on it. I know I could. This thing is just massive, you know, sturdy. You know, I've tried even the one piece that broke on the printer. I had one of the sections. I printed all 4 sections. You know, it's cut into quarters, and I had all 4 sections on the plate together, so they all printed at the same time. But one of them, when I had to change the filament, must have extruded a lighter pressure. So when I was taking it off the bed, one of the 4 sections snapped off about halfway, right where the filament change was. And I was like, so I thought I was going to have to reprint it, but I just CA'd it back together, and then I tried to break it after that, and I couldn't break it. And then the other 3, yeah, I'm really, you know, I'm literally, without getting ridiculous to try to break it, trying to break it. You know, I want to see if it, and I can't break it. So it's super strong. This filament is awesome. So the repair fixed it perfect. It's rock solid. You can't see where the repair is. It came out beautiful. Just so you know, the repair is right here. It broke right across here. Okay, and there's absolutely no detection that that's where that one section broke, and the other 3 are perfect. And so yeah, it's just I'm really happy with this stuff. This Captain America shield is coming out fantastic. So, no, I haven't printed any plastic dog do, but yeah, you can. Yeah, they have it. It's, you know, you can print it. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. I don't know. I think I do have a roll of brown. I think I have a roll of brown. I got brown paint. I can paint it. Yeah, right here. I got this satin nutmeg brown paint. So I could paint it brown. Yeah, so I could print some plastic dog do. You know. So, but yeah, just really been having a lot of fun with it. It's been very satisfying, you know, compared to the old Ender 3 over there. These new printers are fantastic. I did print one, well, actually 2 of the same thing, but I've printed 2 multicolor prints, and you end up with poop. Since we're talking about poop, so this is the poop. To print this little tiny, I'd go get it, but it's in the house. If I have to pee again, I'll grab it in there. But this is all. I printed a bunny rabbit that's about this tall. It's flat. It's like a light box, kind of. It's flat on the front, and it's got a deep side to it, so it stands up. And you can print. They print bigger versions, so something very similar to this. And then you put lights inside of it, and it's a stand-up, light-up, you know, billboard type thing. But this tiny little rabbit that's only about this tall, it's 4 colors. It's supposed to be 8 colors, but I cut it down to 4. And so every time it had to make a filament change, it poops. And then this is how much poop it pooped for one little bunny rabbit. So this is this is waste. This is, you're wasting filament. Just to get the option or the convenience of printing a multicolor print, you have to put up with this. And of course, the more complex the object is, the more poop you have. So sometimes the poop exceeds the amount of filament it took to print it, depending on what it is. Sometimes the poop weighs more than the actual item you printed, and that to me is, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to print stuff that's going to waste that much. Waste that much filament. It's just not. So, and I mean, if somebody's willing to pay me, double what it would cost, because I'm literally printing two, I'm going to throw away, that much waste to give you the item you want. So as long as they're willing to pay double for it, well, then I'll print it for them. But I don't think that'll happen. Oh, Michael, only you would want to print poop, with corn in it. I mean, really. Of all the cool things, like an 8-1 Sky Raider or a Falcon Jet, or all the things I could poop, or print, I should say, and the only thing you want me to print is poop, and now you want me to print human poop with corn in it. You're crazy. Oh my God. All right, I have an airplane question for you. You ready? Tell me you're ready. I got a question, and it's such a stupid why don't we do this question. Just like I talked to you that one day about changing on that one airplane where the captain has to reach around to get to the flap lever and can accidentally hit the toga switches. Why do they do that? Why don't they just change the? Here, it's a similar question. Okay, why is it not in the landing checklist? The first thing to do on the landing checklist is to power up the APU. Why? Why wouldn't you just power it up? Just in case you have a bird strike or whatever, that's happened recently with all these planes crashing and shit. That, if the APU was already on, they wouldn't have lost power. So why don't they do that? I mean, how much fuel is the APU going to burn on the last 15 minutes of a flight just to ensure that even if you have engine failures, you're going to have full avionic control. You can run your the hydraulics. Everything's going to work. So why in the world would they not just make it standard procedure to turn the APU on before landing? They have a tendency to catch on fire when started in the air. Why? Why would that happen? If anything, you'd think they'd be more likely to catch on fire on the ground with no airflow going through them. If there's already air running through them, why would they catch on fire? That seems weird. I'm sure they could fix that. I think we're smart enough to figure out how to correct that problem so that they don't catch on fire when they're started in the air. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, it keeps, the jet that killed all those passengers because they had 2 flame outs and they lost hydraulics. They lost, and then they landed with the wheels up and slid into that barrier. If the APU had been running, chances are they would have had a normal landing, on the wheels, used the brakes, everything would have been working, all the hydraulics and everything, and none of those people would have died. It just, I just don't get it. To me, it just seems stupid not to just start the APU. So, according to Juan Brown, it runs the electric pump, a backup electric pump for the hydraulics. Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, I'm not on every airplane. I'm sure they're not all that way, but I think he was talking about a 737 that they, yeah. So some planes, and of course that would be a easy fix for the manufacturers to start making the a backup hydraulic electric pump that runs off the APU. You know, I mean, it's not like everything's etched in stone. But anyway, yeah. You know, I'm just thinking outside the box here to try to save lives. That senseless people are dying, you know, that shouldn't be dying. I mean, and I know airplanes are still the safest thing in the world to travel, but, you know, these are some simple problems that could easily be fixed, you know, ahead of time. That whole thing in New York, not New York, in D.C., where they had those helicopters flying that close to a flight, you know, stabilized flight into the airport. For years, they knew this was a problem, and everybody thought that was okay. Oh, yeah, we only have 200 feet, maybe 150 feet, maybe it's as close to 75 feet clearance between the helicopter and the airplane, but it's okay. It'll be all right. Who the hell was in charge that thought that was acceptable for all these years? I mean, that's just ludicrous. That was an accident waiting to happen, and it finally did. I just couldn't believe that one. That's just the stupidest thing. Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it? You know, they just get it on the property and put back together, and then a truck hits it. I mean, and did millions of dollars of damage to it. I mean, to fix that wingtip and the horizontal stabilizer, I'm sure would have cost $1 million to repair that. And you know, and it wasn't even there a day. The same day it got put back together and set out on the grass, this guy comes in with this big semi truck. Well, it wasn't a semi truck, but a big truck, and runs into the fucking airplane. Like, oh my God. That was just unbelievable. So, I'd have been way madder than Cletus was. I'll be honest with you, man. I'd have been pissed. You know, that was just uncalled for. You know, I'm surprised he took it as well as he did. The other guy didn't, because there's 5 guys that paid for that airplane. They each put in $3,000. So each one of the 5 guys has $3,000 invested in that airplane, and then this dumbass comes along and runs into it with the truck. On one of your planes, Michael? How in the hell? How did he get his airplane on the? You said a passenger. How did a passenger get his vehicle out on the ramp where the airplane's parked? Yeah, I know that, Michael. It's not. It's the principle of it. I mean, you know, it was a beautiful static display airplane. You know, it's not. You're right. It's never going to fly again. It's you know, but still, you know, it's just there was no reason for the dumbass, you know, to run into it. Um, period. I mean, he wasn't paying attention. He was too busy looking at the jet instead of looking where he was going, and drove right into it. You know, so that's just, you know. No kidding. You actually. So, all right, I'm confused. How in the world does what is it, ATC that you checks your luggage and everything as you get on the airplane? How in the world do they let people drive their cars onto the ramp where the airplanes are? You know, that's nuts. I mean, aren't there some kind of rule against that? I didn't think you were allowed to be on the tarmac where the airplanes are. So how many millions of dollars damage is that this guy did to your wingtip? You know, what's that going to cost? I'm sure it's a big number. 90,000. Was that just for the part? And then how much was the labor to put it on, or was 90,000 the total bill? Wow, fixed in 2 days. That's pretty impressive. Wow. No, he broke his own. He broke his own windshield when he drove into the. How the fuck do you drive your windshield into the wingtip? Oh my god! What was he looking at? he's looking out the window and he doesn't see that wingtip coming in. I mean, seriously? Oh my god! Oh my god! That's nuts! Unbelievable! Wow. Well, that just shows you how strong that wing is. Good God. You know, a windshield's not an easy thing to break. And the wing actually took the brunt of that and broke the guy's windshield. Jesus. Yeah. 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 How the hell does he drive up to the airplane and not see in the windshield that wing coming right at him? I mean, you know, where the hell was he looking? $90,000. Jesus. You know, I'm sure I bet he lost his car insurance. You think he was doing gummies? Wasn't Dave Marshall, was it? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm sure his auto insurance policy is real happy with him. Oh my god. Man. They're probably thinking the same thing. How the fuck did you drive into a wing of an airplane with the windshield? That's just nuts. That's too funny. You been flying it all, Mike? Models? You got any flights coming into Tampa again anytime soon? Giving gummies? I didn't think the Falcon wing was that low. I'm surprised. I thought the wing would be higher than that. You know, for it to hit the windshield that close to the hood. Man, that's a pretty low wing. Oh, you're in Denver right now? Yeah. Well, I'm glad you know, in your hotel room, you decided to join the show. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's good to see you. Good to hear from you. It's been a while. Oh, no kidding. Wow. Are they like staying in Denver, or are they hopping all over the place? Are they? I mean, are they doing like a tour around the U.S. to give everybody a chance to come out and watch them practice? Is that what's going on? I don't know anything about. I'm assuming we're talking about football. I have no idea. I don't watch football anymore. I have no idea what they do. I gave up on football. Oh, there's a wedding tonight. Oh, no kidding. Okay. I guess so. They don't invite you to the wedding. As you know, I mean, you are the pilot and everything. It's not like you're Joe Schmo. They wouldn't invite you to the wedding, or did you just choose not to go? Yeah. Okay. That's cool. It was when you were here in Tampa. It was a similar thing. Wasn't the kid going to a a volleyball or a soccer game or something? What was it? The owner's kid was in some kind of athletic thing. You got any new flight test airplane builds going on? I'll be so glad when the new trailer's in and my man cave's done, so I can get back to just playing with airplanes. Because man, I tell you, this thing's kicking my ass. Man, I mean, I'm really enjoying it. There's the to build your own home, which is exactly what I'm doing inside a garage. Uh, oh, there you go. Yeah, one does volleyball, one does basketball, one does baseball. There you go. Yeah, is very satisfying, guys. I mean, if you think about you know building a wood frame home from scratch on your own. No, not almost finished. No, not almost. I'd say I'm more than halfway though. It's the whole frame. Um, the framing of the hobby room is done. The floor is in upstairs now, so I've got all my joists are in. All the strapping is in. The floor is in. So the whole upstairs is floor is in for Paul Ballard's home away from home, and then the apartment living room area is the frame is all in, all the posts are in, the joists are in, 12 feet of the post, the joists are in, and the floor is in. So I've got a 12 by 16 floor done on the living room area. I still have to put the last joists, the frames in, but I gotta, and all the hangers are in place. I just literally have to lift the boards up and slide them into the hangers. So there's like 9 joists, I think. I have to slide into those hangers, and then the wood's right here on the floor to finish that floor. And then as soon as that's done, the only thing left will be to build the walls in the living room, and then run the electrical, the plumbing, a little bit of very little plumbing, the electrical and drywall, and it'll be done. So there's still a lot of work to do, but no, Paul hasn't been here. It's just a joke. He keeps making jokes when it's done that he's going to move in with me. So yeah, no, he's not coming here to live. It's a joke. Oh, he was in the Zoom last night from work. Bill, is he in his truck somewhere? I might take if I don't go back to working for Disney on buses, I might take a local truck job. But I'm gonna be home every night. I'm not doing over the road shit. I'm not doing that. You gonna get back to the Zoom? All right. We'll see you later, Mike. Thanks for popping in. It's good to talk to you. Um, Nobody's very talkative tonight. No real questions for me. Nobody's talking about anything they bought. I shared with you. I bought a couple of Surface. Well, I bought a Surface and an airplane. That's true. Yeah, one Surface, one airplane, some more CA glue. Um, that Horizon's got a sale on until the 22nd, so you got a couple more days. Um, I don't know. What else? What else you want to talk about? I don't want to just bore you with my 3D printing shit. um, I wish I had more airplane content. I have a little bit. I mean, I did buy a UMX Timber X, but I was going to have some content. I was going to go flying today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll get to go fly tomorrow. And if I do, which reminds me, I think, yeah, the camera's up here on the shelf. I gotta grab that before I forget it. It's funny when I put this shelf up. I put the camera up there thinking, hey, this will look cool up there. It'd be a little, fun, thing to look up on the shelf there. And then I couldn't remember where I put the camera. I've been looking everywhere for it. I'm like, you dumbass. I finally found it up there one day. Just happened to, see it there when I was doing something else over there. And I'm like, well, son of a bitch, there's the camera. Yeah, I didn't know where the hell it was. So that's pretty funny. So I'll leave that here so I don't forget it. Oh, so yeah, I know you were volunteering a lot at the animal shelter. I didn't know you had an e-bike. That's kind of cheating, isn't it? That's not really getting any exercise. um, um, have you been flying a lot? Do you know? Yeah, I'm just so busy here. I mean, I never leave the house, guys. I'm just here 24/7. I hadn't moved the truck in 2 weeks. I was afraid the battery would be dead and wouldn't start. Um, so I do have two helicopters that I bought recently that I've been flying here because I can fly them right outside here. So I've been doing that. I've been flying helicopters. They're very cool. They're two really cool small helicopters. They fly real nice. I really like those. Been having a lot of fun with those. That reminds me too. I got to grab those battery packs. There's one. There's one. I gotta remember to take those with me too. So yeah, I've been flying those here, but yeah, I just don't have time to go anywhere. Um, I don't even leave the house. I come outside. I work out here on all different stuff. Cleaning, moving, working on the new car I bought, um, moving airplanes around. I haven't really worked on an airplane that I can think of. Um, yeah, the 3D printing thing is not that big a distraction. I mean, it takes 10-15 minutes to set up a file, and then it prints for anywhere from 4 to 30 31 hours. This took 31 hours to print. Okay, so it took me 15-20 minutes to set it up, and then for a day and a half I didn't have to look at it. It's just printing, so it took 31 hours to print this. So the printer is really not that big a distraction. Once you start the print, you just let it run, and I'm not sitting here watching the damn thing. So I go work on something else. I just get the print started, then I go work on something else. So Yeah, planes come in one piece. That's a good thing when that happens. Your flying skills have improved since you stopped drinking. That's funny. Yeah. Um, hey, Urban Legend, what's up? How you doing, man? It's good to see you back. Um, I guess the most exciting thing I have to share is that I right now. My desk area is reduced. Yeah, because I got printers on both sides now. Yeah, so and that's just temporary. I mean, eventually I'll get these on their own rack or their own table. I could literally put all three of them on that table where the K1C is, but I don't know. I just like them here for now. Now this is it's new. They're too new. Yeah, once the newness wears off, I'll move them. But yeah, I've just been printing. I printed the latest thing I printed. The other guys have seen this, but I printed this Captain America's shield, um, and I'm finishing it up. I think I'll get it finished this week. I have to paint the red circles, which is here and here, and then it's silver here, and the star is silver, and then everywhere between the star here is blue. So red, white, and blue. The silver is the white, but yeah. Um, and yeah, it came out really cool. But it took 31 hours to print this. It only took me 15, 20 minutes, to put it in it's a slicer in the machine and set it up. And then for 31 hours, it just sat here printing. So it's not like I have to sit here and babysit it. You set the printer and then you go do something else. So, so I bought a new car that I talked about last week, I think. Um, and I need to do a little work on it, not a lot, but a little bit of work. Um, the um, so in '06, Mercedes and Chrysler merged. Daimler Chrysler, and they came out with rear-wheel drive cars. The Magnum, the Dodge Magnum, which is a station wagon, the Dodge Charger, four-door sedan. Um, I think Challenger didn't come out till 2010, but in '06, um, that might have been the only two platforms, which is basically an E-Class Mercedes, same car, same structure. Of course, they put a Dodge engine in it, not a Mercedes engine, but um, so when it came out with that Daytona version of it in '06, I was in love with it. I wanted one. Yeah, I like the Magnum too. When I bought this Charger, I almost bought a Magnum. Still looking at it. So the Dodge Daytona got my attention because it's a Hemi and it's bright yellow with black label on the hood. It says Hemi on it, and down the sides it says Daytona, and it was just a really eye-catching car. And since '06, I've wanted one of these, but I haven't been actively looking. I haven't had any money to buy one, and they've always been too expensive. But I stumbled onto one um, about 3 weeks ago. I think I've had it 3 weeks now, and it was a great deal. It's in beautiful conditions, practically brand new. It's just immaculate inside and out. And I got it for a song, and so I bought it. And it had a brake issue. He just had all the brakes done too, but the guy that did the brake work didn't do it right. Didn't catch that the rebuilt caliper was not put together correctly, and he put it on the car. So trying to drive it home from Orlando, the left front rotor overheated badly. So we had to stop, and it was about to catch on fire. We had to stop, and smoke's coming off of it, and we had to wait an hour for it to cool down. And then I got it, by just doing hard left right wiggles. It causes deflection on the rotor and the wheel. You know, minuscule amount, but it's enough to spread the pads off the rotor. And I drove it the rest of the way home without using the brakes. I gave myself a lot of room. Of course, in an emergency, I could obviously use the brake, but I tried not to use it. And I was using the emergency brake to stop me at a couple of traffic lights. And I got all the way home, no problems. And then when I tore it apart, I found what was wrong with it, so I had to fix it. So I had to put a new caliper on it, new brake hose. I think that's all I had to do to that. And now it's fine. The brakes are fine now, but I had to fix that. And then I've been just cleaning it up. But I usually do the cleaning up at the car show. While I'm at the show, I'll get a polish out and pick some spot of the car I want to, doll up. And but yeah. Yeah, I did. The ex-police car was a real piece of shit. Now the Magnum that I was looking at was beautiful. It was white. It was beautiful inside and out, just gorgeous. And it had the factory wheels on it. The guy hadn't done anything to molest it. It had a Hemi in it. It was perfect, and it was. I think it was the same price that the guy was asking for the Daytona, but I got the Daytona for quite a bit less. But I almost, the only reason I didn't buy the Magnum, I really want a wagon. I really want a Magnum. So I was very tempted to buy it. But I also like going to car shows, and you really can't take a bone stock white Magnum to a car show. It's just not going to be an eye catcher. So I decided I'm going with the Daytona was my first love. I'm going to go with the Daytona. I'm buying that. So that's what I did. But I still want to get the Magnum. And I don't know if that white one's still out there or not. I haven't looked. But it was in really, really great shape. And the price was right. So, I thought about buying both. And I'm still thinking about it. I really don't want to spend that money. But it's not a lot of money. It's less than $10,000. And to buy a car today that's in that kind of condition for that kind of money is a really good deal. So, especially the Daytona, the Magnum, yeah, because it's nothing, it's just a car. It's a station wagon. I mean, it's a cool station wagon for us car lovers, but to the average Joe, it's just a car. Okay, but the Daytona that says Daytona on it, and the bright yellow with the black spoiler, and that's a unique car. That's a car to get your attention. So that's and like I said, that was my first love anyway, between the Dodges. And then the Challenger came out, and I was all over that. I actually went and test drove a brand new one. I almost pulled the trigger on a brand new one. The dealer turned out to be a dick, so I walked out. I just told him to kiss my ass, and I walked out. But yeah, anyway, the Daytona is really cool. Yeah, the ex-police car, there was no way I was going to pay anywhere near the money he was asking for it, and he didn't want to come down, so it's still for sale. He ain't sold it. It's still on Marketplace for the same price. And I'm like, good luck. Maybe you'll get somebody to buy it. I don't know. I doubt it, but there's similar cars for less money. As a matter of fact, there was a green ex-police car Charger in Orlando for less money than I paid for the Daytona. That was in much nicer shape than that piece of crap I drove. Same year. He only wanted $5,900 for that thing, and there were no door handles in the back of the police car I drove. Okay, so if for instance, hey, I'm We're out driving around. I got friends in the back seat. We have a crash. Car's on fire. They can't get out of the back. There's no door handles to open the doors. You can't roll the windows down. The windows don't roll down. They're literally trapped in the back of the car. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. So the one I was looking at, the green one, that was $5,900. It had door handles in the back. You could open the back doors. Unhook unlatch the child safety switches, and you can get out of the back seat. So that right away was better, and it was half the price of the other one. And I was so I thought about that one, but it still didn't. Neither one of those compared to the Daytona. So I'm super happy with the Daytona. Super happy. Really love the car. So yeah, I'm glad I got that. I could take that off the bucket list. What is a slate pickup truck? Yeah, usually, you're right. Yeah, usually the maintenance, police cars are usually well maintained, just like buses. So yeah, so you could pretty much, but the one I drove had no power. I mean, this thing is way faster than the one I drove. It was tired. It had done a lot of high speed pursuit stuff. It was pretty tired. This one's got a brand new motor in it. It's only got 6,000 miles on this motor, so this is a nice fresh, factory rebuild. It was a factory rebuild from the factory Dodge, and then put it at the dealer in the car. So yeah, it's pretty great car. I'm really happy with it. You're gonna fly off of a cliff at night? Wow, really? That sounds like a lot of fun. That would be very cool. It's got the Hemi in it. I think it's a 5.7, but I think the cubic inch is in 350. I want to say it's like 357 or 361. It's slightly bigger than the Chevy 350. But yeah, it's a 5.7 Hemi. Yep. You didn't get your Suzuki yet, huh? Yeah, nothing but the ocean, ticks, and snakes. We could do without the ticks and snakes. Ocean's cool. Yeah, that poor Suzuki. The one that was next to the dumpster instead of in it, I thought had some promise. It hadn't made it into the dumpster yet, so it was still, there was still a chance on that one. Oh God. Yeah, Craig. The like I said, in '06 when it came out, they came out with all these models of it, right? Diecasts, RC cars, and I bought all of them. So I've got this huge collection of Dodge Daytona RC cars and diecasts of that very car for all these years. I bought them in '06 when the car came out, and I finally have the full size one now to go with the toys. So all the toys are in the trunk. So when I go to the car show, I get the toys out. So, but yeah, it's just, all these years I've been, you know, and like I said, I haven't actively been looking for one all these years. I originally wanted one, You know, the sticker. I got the sticker for this car. You know, because I bought it from the original owner, and it was $32,000. And you know, I just haven't had any. I never had that kind of money, and even good used ones are still trying to get 18 to 20,000 for them. And to get the one that I got for 6 was just ridiculous, especially because of the condition it's in. It's perfect. Um, so yeah, I couldn't pass it up. I just couldn't. So now I finally have, you know, the full size, the full scale one of the car that I have all the toys of, and yeah, really super happy with that. It just it made my day, you know. Yeah, yeah. You were saying you had some holes in the exhaust. I'm sure your wife loved hearing that when you came home from work. Well, apparently, Craig, the Hemis had oiling problems originally. Some kind of an oil passage wasn't, you know, formed right or the right size or something. So I guess it's been a pretty common problem for the Hemis to have one go bad. A lot of them went bad under warranty, so they were replaced for free. This one didn't. It made it past the warranty, so they had to pay for the motor. But yeah, I guess, you know. But this new factory refreshed one is, you know, they took care of all those oiling issues. You know, they fixed all that shit on the new motor. So and of course anything built after that has been fixed. So I just guess it was the early model Hemis back in the '06, '07 era that they had, you know, started having engine problems. They figured out what it was, and then they fixed it. You know, they you know they and then so the new motors don't have a problem. And of course, you know, so and I'm sure mine doesn't have a problem. I mean, it's strong. It runs really good. It's not quite as fast as my Impala, but it's pretty quick. Um, but yeah, it runs good. You know, the motor runs really good. You know, it's got a valve cover leak, um, very minor, but I'll fix it. You know, I haven't gotten around to that yet, but I'm going to fix it. I already ordered new headlights for it. It had one of the right headlight was pretty foggy, and I did clean it up. It looks a lot better, but it's still, the car's just too nice to have, to not have perfect headlights in it. So I already bought those. They're sitting in the box on the floor over there. But I got to take the whole front and cover off to put them in, and I don't have time for that right now. So I'm gonna wait. Maybe on a rainy day, if I've got nothing else to do, or you know, because I can always work inside though. So yeah, I just don't know when I'm gonna have time to, because that's gonna be a half a day job. You know, to pull the cover off, you know, nicely, clean everything up, pull the headlights out, replace all the bulbs, put the headlights back in, the new ones, put the cover back on, the valance underneath has to go back on. You know, it's not a big hard job. It's just a time consuming job, and I'm sure because of how anal I am, it'll probably take me 3 or 4 hours. You know, because I'm going to clean every spot of it while I have it apart, so I put it back together nice and clean, and with the new bulbs and everything. So yeah. So so yeah, so that's you know, but they look fine. I mean, they look, like I said, the right one was the only one that really looked bad, and I cleaned it up 90%, so it looks almost as good as the left one now. From standing away from it, they look good. Yeah, but when you walk up to it and look at it at an angle, you can see how the right one's a little foggier than the left one. But you know, it just, the car's just too nice not to have new headlights. So that's what I went right ahead and bought those. They weren't expensive. I think it was $88 for a pair, if I remember right. I think I bought them for $88, and they look perfect. They're beautiful. Yeah, like you said, a jump. Yeah, like it's jumping over a cliff or something. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I love the old Chargers. there's a company called Resto Mods. It's giving one away right now. All you got to do is go buy a shirt, a hat, something, and you qualify for entries into the. I think they're running triple entries right now, so you get triple the amount of entries for the amount of money you spend, and um, so yeah, I did try to win a CUDA. They were giving away a CUDA several months ago, and I tried to win that. Um, I don't think I really don't want the charger. I mean, I love it. I love that style charger. But right now, I don't need another car, and I don't need to spend the money. Um, so yeah, I'm just I'm gonna pass on it. I'm not gonna try to win the charger. They keep sending me daily emails. It's not too late to get in on the. You win the charger. Blah blah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, and it includes free shifting and $50,000 cash. For paying taxes on it when you re-register it and stuff. So yeah, it's a really good deal. You get this highly modified charger. I think it's got I forget what motor's in it. It's a late model Hemi, and it's not the original 70. It's a 70 charger. Um, so it's got a late model motor drivetrain in it. It's all new upholstery and everything. It's completely restored. The car's beautiful. Um, so you win the car and $50,000, and all you got to do to enter is buy some merchandise. It's a T-shirt, hat, whatever. So it's a good deal. I mean, if you want to win a car, that's the odds are. I don't know what the odds are. I don't know how many people are buying hats and shirts and stuff just to get an entry on the car. Probably a lot, but yeah, I've tried to win several vehicles and didn't win any of them, naturally, and I'm just not interested. This car doesn't interest me enough to try to win it. I tried to win a Cadillac station wagon, ATS station wagon. That was with a stick shift, a 6-speed stick shift. So Wreck 'em Roy, what's up? Yeah, I tried to win that. I wanted that car. I would have loved to have had that. Didn't win that. I tried to win a highly modified Tahoe, um, or I think it was a Trailblazer from Steve Morris Racing. Was giving away his Trailblazer that he put a turbocharger on it and nitrous, and I think it was all-wheel drive, and he took the front-wheel drive out of it, so it was just rear-wheel drive, and trying to make a nice driver out of it. He didn't need the four-wheel drive, and something that he could take to the drag races, in moderate drag racing, nothing over, like 1150s is all the faster it would go, because anything faster than that, you got to put a roll cage in it, and it was his daily driver. He just wanted a daily driver that was reliable, that he could, go have some fun with at the drags. So then he finally decided he was going to give it away so he could start another project. So I tried to win that, didn't win that. I tried to win the CUDA from Resto Mods and didn't win that. I think that's it. Oh, I tried to win, the Cletus was given away just lately. Actually, I tried to win two Cletus vehicles. What was the other one? That red two-door short bed GMC truck that they put a turbo on or something. Tried to win that, didn't win that, and then just recently they had $100,000 Cadillac Escalade, V. It was an Escalade V, and then they put what did they do to it? I think it already came with a supercharger on it, but they put a bigger one on it, or boosted it, or put a cam in it, or I don't know. They did a bunch of work to it to make it even faster. And same thing, you get the $100,000 Cadillac and $50,000 cash. So I tried to win that, didn't win that. So yeah, so I'm kind of burned out. I got enough T-shirts. I got literally hundreds of T-shirts. From all my years racing RC cars and flying RC planes, and then all my racing stuff with the full scale cars, autocross, drag racing, all that. and then all these other affiliates things. I've just got hundreds and hundreds of T-shirts. So I mean, I don't need another T-shirt. But if that's all I have to buy to win a car, okay, I'll buy another shirt. So, but yeah, I have a shitload of T-shirts. So, um, anyway, so yeah, I haven't had any luck winning anything. So, um, but I did good on the. To me, the Daytona is a win. That when I got the Daytona, that I won a car for that. What I bought that car for was a win for sure. Um, so yeah, I'm super super happy with that. Yeah, every time I open the garage door and see it sitting there, you know, I just smile. I'm like, damn it, there it is. So yeah, super happy with that. So what are you up to, Roy? What's going on? Anything new? My new Dodge Daytona. I bought that '06. I sent you a picture of it, didn't I? I thought I did. The '06 Dodge Charger Daytona that I bought 3 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago. Um, I thought I sent you a picture of it. I know you're a car guy, so I knew you'd appreciate that. You still in the Zoom, Michael? How's the Zoom going? Oh no, kid! You just do head work on that truck? Yeah, you pulled the heads or something recently, didn't you, on that thing? What the fuck happened? You're not in the Zoom? Oh, okay. Thought you were going back to the Zoom. All right. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're here. I'm not trying to get rid of you. I was just wondering how they were, because I was thinking if I shut this down soon, I might go to the Zoom if it's still going. But no, I'm good. I'm not going anywhere yet. I still got 11, 12. It's been bouncing around. I know. Probably Wrights is bouncing in and out of the Zoom. So every time he leaves here, my count goes down, and when he comes back, my count goes back up. So I keep watching it go up and down. So I know people are bouncing in and out. So you're gonna just rebuild that motor? You gonna order you get one out of a salvage yard that comes with a warranty and just pop it in? What are you gonna do? Oh, is that right? I didn't know. I can send you the link if you want. Doesn't he send it to Facebook? That's where I always get it. I just go to Facebook and because he posts it in Pilot Ryan's Pilot Lounge. If he's not sending it to you directly, he'll send it to the Pilot Lounge, and you can click on it there. Wow, you put 100,000 miles on a car in 3 years? Holy shit, dude! Where the hell do you go? Wow, damn. Okay, I'll bite. What's a speedrunner build? What are you building? So my Avalanche truck has been great, but there's a minor issue. Apparently, when they changed the oil pan gasket, because I've got a receipt from him, all the shit he did to the truck before he sold it to me, and they replaced the oil pan gasket. They must have left a piece of it in the pan, because twice, driving down the road, I've had the alarm go off that the oil pressure went low, and I immediately shut the motor off, throw it neutral, and coast over to the side of the road, come to a stop, let it sit a second, restart it, oil pressure comes right back up, and then I continue on, and it's fine. But it's only done that twice, and I immediately shut the motor off both times. So I'm assuming that a piece of the gasket gets sucked up into the screen and doesn't completely block the oil, because there's still oil pressure, but it's very low, and sets the alarm off. And then when I shut it off, it falls back into the pan, and then it's fine. So far so good. I do want to try to. I tried once already. During one of my oil changes, I tried to. I had a. Actually, I think I have it right here. It's like a dental pick. Yeah. So I took this and I stuck it in there and drug to see if it, because the oil would bring it to the drain plug, you would think. So I was poking around in there to see if I could get a hold of it and pull it out. I couldn't find it. It didn't come with the oil for some reason. So I didn't get it out. But the next time I might buy a scope and go in there and look for it with a scope, and then see if I can't get it out. Because I don't like the thought of that, even though that it's so far it's recovered every time. I'm not really pleased with the idea of that, losing oil pressure like that. So yeah, the Buick I bought's got the same problem. There's a bottom end knock. It goes away when you start it up. It goes away instantly, and it doesn't come back unless you load it. While it's just sitting there idling, it's fine. Now, I drove one of my Impalas with that same exact problem for 2 years, and it was fine. Never knocked while I drove it around. Even got on it a little bit here and there, and I never had a problem with it. But then one day, being stupid, I was pulling a trailer behind me, and some kid in a Honda pulls up next to me, and the light wants to drag race. And he doesn't know I'm pulling the trailer. He just, I pulled up next to him, so he was already there. And we took off, and as I'm passing him, when he gets a look that I'm pulling the trailer. Yeah, but that hurt the motor. After that, it was knocking pretty much all the time. So I took it off the road at that point. As a matter of fact, the car's sitting right there with the new motor in it, but I haven't finished putting it in. I just have to tidy it up. Got to put the drive shaft back in and hook up the coil, that kind of stuff. So it ain't gonna take much. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Be right back. I gotta. All right, sorry about that, guys. Ugh. Yeah, no toilet in the shop yet. Um, so for you guys that don't know what an '06 Daytona looks like, this is it. That's what I bought, and it's exactly like this. Same exact decals. The chrome wheels are slightly different. It's got chrome wheels on it, but they're different than these. But the Daytona on the quarter, the Hemi sticker on the hood, the black panel on the back, the black spoiler, identical. This is exactly what the car looks like. So that's what I bought right there. Um, um, so I finally have the full size scale and the model. And like I said, I bought this in '06. I believe even the back door is open on this. I believe. Yeah. Hang on a second. Yeah. Yeah. So it's the front and back doors open on this car. For you guys that aren't into die-cast cars. It's easy to open the front doors because the windows are down, but the back doors, the windows are up. So there's nothing to grab a hold of to pull the door open. So you got to kind of bounce it to get it partially open, and then you can grab a hold of it and get it open. There we go. So yeah. So yeah, fully, yeah, opening doors and everything. Yeah, it was a pretty, when like I said, in '06 when this car came out, everybody jumped on the bandwagon to make RC versions of it. I've got an RC car that's 2 feet long. It's gigantic, and it's exactly the same yellow, blacked out, everything. It looks just like this. Um, so, but yeah, this is the car I bought. So now I have the full size one. And the detail is exactly the same. Everything on it. It's got the fog lights in the front, and it's got a little RT emblem in the grill here. Mine's got the RT emblem on. I mean, it's exactly, it's close to you can get. The only thing I don't have, this valance in the back, this lower valance in the back here, that the exhaust tips go through. Yeah, I don't have that valance. That's the only thing that's different. So my tips are under the bumper, not through it like that. But yeah, that's it right there. So, oh yeah, I got a whole shitload of die-cast aircraft too. I'm just big into this stuff. I printed my own right here, this A1 Sky Raider. I printed that one. There's a B model Mustang I can print that would be the same scale as this. I was just searching around to see what all I could print. There's files out there for. So I thought I might print that Mustang. And then there's several. So I got a tanker. What is that? The C-135 tanker in wood sitting right there. And then I've got a F-14 Tomcat over there, a Mustang over there. P-40 here, that old biplane up there, B-17 up there, C-130 Coast Guard plane right there. Yeah, so I have a shitload of airplanes just right here. So yeah, I love this stuff. I can't afford the full size one, so I have to buy toy ones. I have a Franklin Mint Tucker. That's the only one. That's the only thing I bought from Franklin Mint was a Tucker. Um, this size, same size as this. It was in that blue color that was Mrs. Tucker's favorite color. That's the color I bought. It's got the luggage under the hood, which is the trunk. The helicopter engine in the back. The hood's open. The trunk opens. The doors open. It's a nice Tucker. Nice die cast. The first one I got was crap. I'll be honest with you, and I was so pissed off. Fred, what's up? The finish on it was terrible. It was dull and crappy looking. I was pissed. I sent them the nastiest letter. I said, you sent a ticket to get this back. If you've got one that looks good, send it to me. Otherwise, just give me my money back. And because I was pissed, because it was expensive. It was like 85, 90 bucks. And I never pay anywhere near that kind of money for this stuff. And but I was willing for the Tucker. So, and then I got a shit. So they sent me a call tag for it. I sent it back, and they sent me another one. And the other one was beautiful. It was a good one. Yeah, nice shiny paint. It looked nice. So I kept that one. But the original one they sent me was crap. So I was pretty pissed. But yeah, that's. I'm trying to think. I mean, I have a shitload more die-cast planes in the house, but and cars. I mean, the stuff on here that I put up on the shelf was just something to fill the shelf up with. But this isn't even a tenth of what I have in this kind of stuff. I have hundreds of die-cast NASCAR. The car haulers and the cars. I just put them all upstairs. Boxes and boxes, totes, boxes and totes of all that stuff. It's all upstairs. I'm thinking about when I get the apartment finished up here, I might put a display case on one wall and put all of that NASCAR stuff in that case. A real thin, I'm only going to have it, 4 inches off the wall, and just high enough for each car to fit in under the shelf of the next one. And so I'm going to make a very tight case and then put all my stuff in it. It'll be a glass door enclosed case. All glass. Shelves are glass, doors are glass, sides are glass. And then put all my stuff in there. Because right now everything's in boxes, Yeah, it's a helicopter engine. Um, if you watch the movie Tucker, um, I think it was Jeff Bridges was the star in that one. Um, they it's not a documentary, but a lot of the facts in it are pretty accurate. He talked to Howard Hughes about getting metal because he couldn't get any steel from all the other, because of all the big three. But he found Howard Hughes hooked him up with a place that sells helicopter motors. It was a helicopter company, and so he bought the motors from the helicopter company, bought steel through this connection that Howard Hughes had, and that's how he was able to build the Tuckers. And so it's pretty interesting stuff. Now, I didn't talk to her personally, but my friend met Tucker's secretary. I guess she lives here. And she brought her car in to he owns a garage, and she was having a car service there, and they got to talking. And according to her, he was a crook. He wasn't. I don't know how you build 50 cars and then get sued for not complying with the I mean, it's you the thing about starting a business is it's okay to fail. If you fail, you fail. I mean, that's all right. So he didn't just pocket all the money that the government gave him and skip to Tahiti. He bought all the equipment and everything, and he built 50 cars. So how do you go? How can you say that he was just a crook? I mean, that doesn't. Why would somebody go to that much trouble to defraud the government or whoever out of money? Then just take the money and leave the country. I don't know. I mean, it just seemed to me that he went to a lot of trouble, to build cars that he had no intention of ever building. He was just going to keep the money. So I don't know. I don't get that one at all. But But that's what she told my friend, that that he was a crook. Okay. Um, of course, Howard Hughes. Same thing over the Spruce Goose, right? You know that he got sued by the government for defrauding on this airplane that he promised to build. He built it. It flew. Yeah. Okay. What? Hello. I right. Well, I that part I understand, Fred. I get that. But you still have to prove the charges you're bringing up. I mean, how do you, like for Howard Hughes, for instance, how do you go after Hughes, saying that he just took the money and didn't do anything with it, and yet the plane exists today. It's in a museum, and it did fly, so it was functional, right? He built it, it flew, and it's in a museum. So, but he was going to defraud the government for the money. Yeah, Howard Hughes was a genius, no doubt about that. I agree. And that's the same thing Tucker went through, And I know the big three was behind it and everything, but I guess he was acquitted. I guess that's true. In court, he was acquitted. But the government took the plant away that they gave him because he didn't fulfill the contract. Well, he did fulfill the contract. But they took it away anyway. That's the government. They can do whatever they want. So, but he had to build 50 cars by a certain date, and he did. He beat the deadline, built 50 cars, and they took the plant away anyway. So, Yeah, I agree, Roy. It's a shame. Um, that plane should be flying to Oshkosh every year, to show it off. Um, it's a shame. I mean, I'm glad it's in a museum. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they could have just dismantled it and destroyed it, but I'm super glad they didn't. Um, and It's in a museum, but I would love to have seen that thing fly, and it show up at Oshkosh every year for the big air show. But at least it's in a museum, so thank God for that. So all right, so I got something for you guys. I don't know if you guys watch a lot of YouTube. Um, yeah, I know I know where it is. I've shown many people that still think it's out by the Queen Mary, and now here's where it. And I bring up the beautiful glass, window that you can look in and see it sitting in there through the window. It's really cool. The museum, they literally built a museum around that airplane, and it's very cool. Um, so there's a show on YouTube called Dan Monroe is the name of the guy that runs the show, and it's called Movies, Monsters, and Music. Okay, and what this guy does is he looks up the history of mostly movies. That's mostly what I've watched, like uh, the initial Star Trek, for instance. What happened to the props in like the shuttlecraft? What was the first shuttlecraft? It's on the tip of my tongue. Um, I'll think of it probably in a second. But what happened to that prop? Where did it go? Did it is it? And he researches all this stuff, and he tells you the whole story on his show. It's a really great show. I love that show. It's a lot of fun to watch. So the Star Trek or Star Lost in Space, what happened to the original robot, and it went to auction and this and that, and then the people that are building replicas of it. There's hundreds of replicas of. No, I'm not a Godzilla guy. I've seen Galileo. Yes, thank you, Craig. Um, that's okay. I can't spell either, but you did it phonetically, and I figured it out. Yeah. So the Galileo, for instance, is in the Smithsonian now, but if you follow the history of it, it's amazing. It sat in a woman's driveway for years under a tarp. She bought it to save it, but she couldn't do anything with it. She didn't have the skills or the ability to fix it, but she wanted to save it. So it sat in her driveway for years under a tarp. And then she sold it to a guy who took it up to, I want to say Michigan. He transported it up there. He owns a body shop, and they completely restored it to factory. I mean, original, like it was on the show. I mean, they fixed everything, and there was nothing really left. So they had to research everything. And so when they got it done, they I don't think they gave it to the Smithsonian. I think it's on loan. Of course, most of the stuff in the Smithsonian's on loan, but that pretty much means it's there because he doesn't have any place to keep it. Of course he wanted to preserve it, so he donated it to the Smithsonian. It's on loan and it's at the Smithsonian now, and you can go see it. So they saved that. So they have all these movie props that he goes over. The Lost in Space Jupiter 2. There were three or four different size models they used for filming that TV show, and 3 of the 4 survived. The big one, the full scale one, was destroyed. But he goes through all of this stuff. It's a fascinating show. I love it. So I gave him a challenge the other day. I sent him a gladiator movie. You like gladiators? Okay. So do you guys know the movie Down Periscope? It's a comedy. You guys familiar with that movie, Down Periscope? If you haven't watched it, you got to go watch it. It's hilarious. So Kelsey Grammer is the captain of he's the first officer of a nuclear sub, and he's trained to be a nuclear sub captain, but he's not really a conventional captain. So he's first officer, but they finally gave him his own boat. They gave him a World War II sub, an old diesel sub, for war games. All right, and if he wins the war game with the sub, then they're going to give him his own nuclear boat. So, but according to Dave Marshall, if you guys know who Dave Marshall is, he's a submariner. He used to be on our show all the time. RC guy, super great guy. He was in the Navy, in the submarines for I don't know if he did his 20, but I don't know. I don't think he did, but he should have, because he was close. I think he was 16 years. So he only had to do 4 more years to be his 20. But yeah, butt plug. Yeah, that's Dave. So anyway, he said in all the sub movies that he's watched, he said, Crimson Tide and Hunt for Red October and all these sub movies, even though it's a comedy, he says that is the most accurate what life is like on a submarine. And it's nothing but they're all just clowning around. There's no saluting, no rank. No, everybody's just one big happy family, and they just screw off all the time. I mean, when they're not actually doing work. And he said, listen, when it's time to get busy, he said, it's all business. We all do our jobs very professionally. But when we're not on maneuvers or whatever, it's pretty relaxed, he said. It's the food's fantastic, and it's just really relaxed, Everybody's just cutting up, joking around, It's nothing like, there's none of this yes sir, no sir, saluting, that doesn't exist on a submarine. So he says the movie Down Periscope is one of the most accurate sub movies that he's ever watched. And I just thought that was hilarious. That as relaxed as everything was on the sub, he says that's how it really is on a sub. So that kind of just surprised me, but I thought that was cool. So anyway, I had heard, I don't have any evidence, but I read it somewhere, that they built a full-scale World War II sub that it was seaworthy but not functional. In other words, it couldn't dive. It couldn't go underwater, but it could float on the surface and function. For the scenes out at sea where they're, on the bridge, outside the boat, they had to film those scenes, and they needed they couldn't do it. CG wasn't around when that movie was made. It's an old movie, so so they had to build a sub to make the movie. Now the interior shot were shot on another World War II sub that's in a museum someplace. So all the interior shot stuff was done on that sub, but they didn't take that sub out to sea. There was no way they would have been allowed to do that. And while they were with this movie prop that they made just for the movie, the Coast Guard pulled them over. They boarded the ship. They went, what the hell is this, World War II sub doing out here? What are you guys doing? And and they had to explain. Well, we're making a movie. There's the camera out there in that boat and whatever, and it's not functional. And they brought them down. And I guess it's just this big empty hulk inside. Just some bracing and shit. But it's not a real. It's not even a functional boat. I think just the conning tower was the only thing that had anything functional in it, other than an engine in the back. I don't even know if it had an engine in it. Honestly, I bet you they just towed it. I'll bet it didn't have an engine. I bet they just towed it behind a boat. I didn't think about that, but anyway, so they're supposed to have built this full scale, sub for the movie. So I asked, Dan. I said, hey, do you know this movie Down Periscope? I heard that they took it to sea and they built a replica for movie for the movie at sea scenes, and the Coast Guard boarded it and all that. I said, here's a challenge for you to find a new new movie to research and find out what happened. What happened to that sub that they built? Where'd it go? So he emailed me back. He said he thanked me for liking his show, the good words and all that, and he says he says keep your eyes open for a new episode on Down Periscope. So he's going to do it. He's going to research. He's going to find out what happened to that sub that they built for the movie. So I can't wait to see what happened to that. And that's what this guy does for a living, is he researches old movies. He must have contacts, so he's going to make a few phone calls and find out, at least who he needs to talk to find out what happened to that sub, and do we have any pictures? The making of it, build footage, any of that. Do they have it? He'll get all the archive stuff from it, and he'll get it all, and then he'll put it on his show. And I can't wait to see it. Honestly, I just cannot wait to see what they did to build this full-scale World War II submarine for a movie prop. I just think that's amazing. So I'm really excited. I can't wait to see that. I hope he finds out what really happened. If you research it online, they'll tell you that the interior shots were filmed inside this other World War II, same class submarine as that one that they used in the movie. But it's not a functional sub anymore. It's been in dry dock for years, or wherever it's on display. It's a museum piece somewhere, probably in California. I don't know. Could be anywhere. But they didn't take that out to sea for the sea shots. So they built a replica, and I'd really love to know what the hell happened to that replica. It breaks your heart when you see how the original Star Trek movie sets were just destroyed. They didn't save any of it. The big models originally were just, now they auction them off for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But in the very beginning back then, they didn't know that they should keep this stuff, right? So they just destroyed it. And same thing with our old airplanes, So, and I did this show a long time ago, years ago. But the guy in Ohio that I lived near that rescued all these airplanes from the crusher, same reason, they were going to be turned into, soda cans, we don't need these planes anymore, and they were just destroying them. And then years later, they realized, what? We don't have any of these left for museum pieces to show people, They actually contacted this guy, Walter, I can't think of his last name, because he had two P-82s, which is the twin Mustang. He had two of them up there that he saved. And they were trying to buy him back, because they wanted to put him in the museum. And he said no. He wouldn't sell them back to him. And And he's got a B-36 Peacemaker up there. He saved one of those. So he's got that up there in the museum, in his backyard, you know. Now, over the years, he died several years ago, and he's been selling off, his family's been selling off some of the planes, but I think a lot of them are still there. He has sold a lot of the airplanes, but I think a lot of them are still there. One of the twin P-51s, the P-82, one of them was restored to airworthiness and flown last year or the year before to Sun and Fun here in Florida and Oshkosh. So it's back in the air, airworthy, one of them. And that was what Walter really didn't want. He didn't want any of these planes put back in the air. He saved these airplanes from the crusher so that we would have them for eternity, you know, for history. So he didn't want them back in the air. So everybody that tried to buy these airplanes from him, he wouldn't sell them because they wanted to put them back in the air. He said, no, I don't want them back in the air. So yeah, Michael, you're right. One of them is flying. Yep, you're right. It came from Walter's place. And yeah, you're right. And I hear they're trying to sell it. So I don't know what's going on with that plane, but yeah, they did put it back in the air. It's been here in Florida. I didn't go over and see it. My buddy did because he was funny. He was talking to the guy that was standing there with it, and I had told him my whole story about living by it and went and saw it when it was sitting in the yard and all that. And they were just fascinated. Really, this guy lives here in Florida? Yeah. He's my neighbor. He says, yeah, he knew Walter. He went up and saw the plane when it was sitting in his yard, and you know, and everything. He's got pictures and everything, and they were just fascinated. So there's a B-25 Mitchell that came out of Walter's place. That's at that museum in Virginia Beach, and it's flying. It's called Wild Cargo. It was originally called Wild Cargo. When it crash landed, the guy just took a can of spray paint, black spray paint, and put Wild Cargo on the side of it because he was carrying exotic snakes, alligators, lizards, that kind of, you know, wild cargo, right? That's what he was transporting into the U.S. on that airplane when he had a forced landing. You know, and back then, you know, you could buy another airplane for $2,000 or $3,000. It wasn't worth fixing an airplane. You know, if you crashed it, you just went and got another one. Okay, so he went and got another one and left that one on the runway. So they were the airport was gonna just have it scrapped and wanted it off the runway, and I think they sold it to Walter for a couple $100. You know, and he went and got it. You know, he took it all apart, put it on I guess he put it in the back of a school bus. The story goes, brought it back up to his backyard and put it back together. And there it sat, and I got a picture of my ex-father-in-law standing in front of it. You know, and it's got Wild Cargo written on the side of it. So when they restored it to flight status and put it back in the air, they kept the name Wild Cargo, but they put this really cool nose art on the right side of the plane. No, it's on the left side of the plane. It's a girl in a leopard skin bikini in a swing. She's sitting on a swing inside a cage made out of bamboo. Okay? So it's this bamboo cage and her on a swing inside the cage in a leopard skin bikini, and it says Wild Cargo underneath it. And that's the plane that came out of Walter's, air museum, whatever you want to call it. No, actually, Craig, there are almost no compatible parts between the P-82 and a P-51. It's an entirely, I know it looks exactly like it, but there's like nothing is the same. It's all completely different airplanes. They're not at all compatible. I think one of the wheel, a wheel skirt maybe or something might have been used over. Something like 2 or 3 ridiculously stupid parts they reused, but the airplanes are totally different airplanes. They're not compatible with a P-51 at all. Nothing's interchangeable. It's a completely different airplane. So, which is amazing. Yeah, I know, but it's not. The P-82 is different also. It's a totally different, and you can go on. There's plenty of other documentaries on those airplanes you can go watch on YouTube, and they tell you that they're not compatible. It's not the same airplane. Um, so yeah, um, and I think those two that Walter had, I believe, are the only two left in existence. I think those were a couple of the planes that the Air Force tried to buy back. Um, the Yeah, they destroyed them all, because they only made a few of them, and they destroyed them all, and then they were like, well, crap, we don't have one for a museum piece, right? And so I guess the other one he sold is in a museum. I guess they restored that one. They're not flying it. It's just in a museum, I believe. And but the one that they put back to flying status, and it's been flown to Florida a couple of times, and I think it's coming back. I think it's going to Oshkosh again this year, I believe. Um, sure, right? So yeah, Spectrum, absolutely. Yeah, Roy hit it. Okay, we can. That discussion's over. Everybody's favorite radio, Spectrum. Okay, moving on. That was easy. What else you got, Michael? Oh yeah, yeah. Here's Michael Bear trying to tell us he's staying at the Hotel 6, or they left the light on. Bullshit again. You know, he this. Let me tell you something. This guy stays at the Hilton. He don't stay in no damn cheap ass. This guy has nice hotels he stays in. He pretends to be a tightwad, but he's not. So I guess what's the matter, right? So am I boring you with all this airplane history we're talking about? So anyway, if you guys get a chance to watch Dan Monroe, it's called Movies, Monsters, and Music is the name of his show, and just go to his website, his YouTube channel, and then scroll through the list of shit that he's got, and you'll find something there that you'll be fascinated with. And click on it, and he's going to give you the whole history about whatever it is. The Fantastic Voyage. Remember that one with the sub and everything? He knows all about that one. There were several model subs they made for that. Some of them survived. He's got the history on everything. It really does a great job. So there's a P-52. I'm sorry, P-82 at Dayton, Ohio. Craig, is that right? Is that the one you're talking about? Oh, hey. I think my prop balancer's handy here. Hang on a minute. I think it's right here. I'm pretty sure it's right here. Hang on a second. It's quite a mess back here, guys. I gotta tell you. Um, but I'm pretty sure that prop balancer's here. I bet it's here. It might be on the table behind here. I know I had it here. I don't see it at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's here. All right, I'm going to change the subject for 1 second here, guys. Let me move this battery. Um, I want to show you guys. We're going to go back to 3D printing for just a second. I want to show you this particular vase. This thing looks like glass. This is one of the most impressive things I've printed. Um, okay, so let me get it in the light. Everybody loves this thing. It's the second most, no, I think it's the most popular. I can show you the second most popular, but this is made out of PETG translucent, so the light shines through it. It's clear. You can see through it. But the detail and the just, it has this glass look to it. It just looks like a piece of glass, and everybody thinks it's glass. You know, at the flea market I was at with it, people picked it up, and of course, you know, they're thinking it's glass and it's heavy, and they pick it up and it doesn't weigh anything, and they're like, "Oh my, oh wow, I thought that was glass," and I thought, "I know, it looks like glass." But yeah, just absolutely, this is one of the most beautiful prints that's ever come off my printer. It's just a really, and I've reproduced this. I've printed this over and over again. They come out looking exactly like this every time. So it's so cool to be able to reproduce something as beautiful as this over and over again, and make as many as I want, and I even make them different sizes. So I just wanted to show you that. I just, every time I look at this thing, because of how beautiful the color is. You know, and you know, in the light, how reflective, shiny it is. It's just a beautiful piece, and I get more requests for that one, and I'll show you one other one. This is the other one. It's not as quite as shiny as that, but it's multicolored, and everybody loves this one. So this is just a random. It was a random thing that I printed in this color, and it changes from. Well, here, let me do this. So the bottom is this green color, like a jade green, right? So it starts jade green, and then it turns to this purple, and then it fades to the red, and then, you know, and then up here at the top it's kind of orange, and so that gets so much attention. You know, everybody loves this thing because of the color, the way the color transitions. So now it's not something I can reproduce exactly every time, because it's just the way the filament comes off the roll. And if I don't stop, I mean, I would literally have to stop printing something when I got to that exact spot of the filament and cut it off, and then start a new vase to get that exact, and it would never be exact, but it'd be close. I've printed several of them that are close, but I can't reproduce it exactly. It's just, it wouldn't be possible, because the filament changes color, and I don't have any control of that. So, but yeah, that's so this is one of my second most popular. You know, people just love this one when they see it. They go ape shit over the color. So, the only difference you're seeing, the light is not. Well, you can kind of see it. See a couple of places it's shiny on the ends, and you don't see the color, but you can see the color in, you know, where it stays purple as it goes down the side, and that's the way it looks in person. All the colors are there; they don't turn that shiny white like you're seeing over here from the reflection of the light. And it's just a beautiful, you know, it's a really beautiful vase. So I get a lot of requests for that one. So these two I can sell pretty easily. The rest of them, it's hit or miss. You know, one person likes that one, the other one does, you know, likes a different one. But they don't buy them. You know, they think they're really pretty and everything, but they don't buy them. But I've been able to sell those two. The blue one and the multicolor one, it's been very popular. So I've been able to sell those, but not really anything else. Sorry, I was away from the chat for a minute, and I see Wrightson wants to see concrete dry again. So, I can bring that video up if you want. If you guys want to watch 4 days of concrete drying, we can. Um, so Michael wants me to balance a prop. We got all night, he says. Yeah, always want an RC model of what, Craig? What did I miss? I'm going back up here. Wait a minute. Okay, so let me look. Did you answer my question? That was the P82. Yep. Okay. Um, do you know how long that plane's been there, by any chance, Craig? How long's that P82 been up there? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you can watch concrete drying, you can probably watch me balance a prop, or even how about if I balance a battery? How about that? I'll just balance a battery. That should be fun to watch. You know, glue drying. Yeah, yeah. We've watched that too. Yeah. um, well, actually, I could just put the footage of me in the tent in the garage, and then I just could do a voiceover. If that'd make you feel better, I could put that up right now. uh, yeah, this is going to be so much cooler than the tent, guys, when it's done. It's already. I mean, everybody that comes in here is amazed. They're really impressed. Um, everybody can't wait to see it. See it finished. So late '80s. Okay. All right. So then that's not one of Walter's. Um, so there was another survivor, apparently, but there ain't many because they didn't even make very many, and nobody's been willing to that I know of anyway. Nobody's made a fake one, a replica. Um, there's several people have made replicas, Spitfires full scale, Mustangs full scale. Um, a lot of people have reproduced them for whatever purpose, either for a museum piece or but nobody's done it to the P82 that I know of. There's been models. There are RC models of it, scratch built. I believe you can buy the plans online. Um, if you want to scratch build one, there's plans available to do it. And the freezer case at Dollar General, yeah. I think I had you guys going the first night I did that. I think you really thought I was in there, you know. It wasn't it was Dollar Tree, not Dollar General. Yeah, yeah. Because we were talking about, Michael Bear and I buy all of our hobby supplies at the Dollar Tree because it's $1, and so yeah, I made it look like I set up the camera in the frozen food department because it had Dollar Tree on the glass. That's why I set it up there because I wanted you to know that I was at the Dollar Tree. The EAA has one. Where do they have it at? I don't think so, Craig. I don't know. I've only know of one flying P82, and that's the one that came out of Walter's place. I don't know of another P82 that's flyable. I was surprised they had it up for sale. You know, I think my same buddy that told me they talked to the guys at the thing saw somewhere. He's an aviation guy. He has his pilot's license and stuff. I think he told me that he saw it. You know, it was on either hangar. What are they? What is that? Barn. Some airplane. Um, um, well, the one that the Walter restored one that's flyable was at Oshkosh. So that's the only one I know of that flies is the one that came out of Walter's place, and that's only been in the air 5 years, maybe a little longer. I don't know. I don't think it's been much more than 5 years. It's on Facebook Marketplace. Hey, that's where I find all my good deals, right? That's where I bought my Daytona came off of Marketplace. So yeah, you know, what can I tell you? You know, you can find some good deals on Facebook Marketplace. No shit. My buddy sent me a a listing for a Pontiac 2+2 Aero Coupe. There's 3 of them on Marketplace right now for sale. And what's going on here? Oh, never mind. Oh, telemarketer. Oh, okay, I missed a call. I didn't see. Um, so he sends me this link to somebody selling a Pontiac 2+2 on Marketplace. So I went and looked at it, and you know, people are really idiots. They really are. I can't believe that someone would take a a car as rare as the Pontiac 2+2 and then modify it. And when I say modify, I mean like do a complete motor swap kind of thing. Um, you know, paint it a different color. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, and then try to charge thousands of dollars like somebody's going to want it. Oh God, don't start the midget stripper shit again. Oh please, Jesus. Thank God Eric's not in here. Oh my God, we'd start that mess all over again. Jesus. Um, so there's 3 of them on Marketplace right now. The one guy wants 25,000 for it. Now this is a 1986 Pontiac Grand Prix that was heavily modified for NASCAR. They only made they made 1,250 of them, and I think only 1,120 or something came to the U.S. 109 stayed in Canada. So very, very rare. Did you really, Fred? Where'd you get those at? That's crazy. Um, so so it's a very rare car, and I have one. Um, and but nobody knows what it is, so nobody wants it. So technically, right now, it's not worth anything. It's like a Tucker back, you know, 30 years ago. Nobody knew what a Tucker was, and you couldn't give one away, right? And then the movie came out, and then everybody that had one sold them for over $1 million. There was a museum here in Florida. I drove all the way down to South Florida to that museum to see their Tucker because they had one and they had already sold it. So I drove all the way down there for nothing because it was already gone. I was so pissed. Um, so that's probably what's going to happen with the 2+2 that I have. When Richard Petty dies and they do a story on his life and all the cars he drove, that car will come up in the, you know, and then my car will be worth some money probably. But right now, you know, most people don't even know what it is, and they think it's the exact copy of a Monte Carlo SS, and it's not. It's a totally different car. Um, Totally different glass, the front end, everything's different. They're not. There's nothing. The trunk lids aren't compatible. Everything's different. The base car is the same. The Buick Regal, the Olds Cutlass, the Monte Carlo SS, and the Pontiac Grand Prix were all the exact same body. The cab area, you know, the roof, deck lid, doors, hood, fenders. It's all the same. Um, the front ends were different. Even the motors were the same. They all got Chevy motors, except the Buick got a 6-cylinder. But the Pontiac, the Oldsmobile, and the Chevy all got Chevy motors. And so when they built the Pontiac version, it's got this gigantic bubble window in the back that's glass, and it's rounded. It's gigantic, and the trunk lid is this big. The trunk is huge. It goes all the way back like a standard trunk, okay? But the trunk lid is this tiny little flipper that's at the back of the window because the glass is so big. And the Monte Carlo, the trunk lid's probably about this big because it's a totally different window. The Monte Carlo SS Aero Coupe has a folded glass window on the back like the Camaro has. If you remember the Camaro, the back window on a Camaro it went down and it literally had a fold. Okay, well they did the same thing on the Monte Carlo. They put that same fold on the glass on the back of the Monte Carlo for the Aero Coupe, but the Pontiac has got a one-piece dome glass that's much bigger, and it's solid glass and it's round. It doesn't have folds, so totally different, you know. Yeah, that's you're talking about the original Catalina, right? Back like was that a 50s or 60s car? Is that what you're talking about, Fred? You know, that was the original 2+2, the Catalina. Um, so anyway, so one guy on Facebook has an original, 25,000 miles, all original. I don't know if he's the original owner or not, but the car is beautiful, and he wants 25 grand for it. Now, he might get that. You know, a real enthusiast that has some money would probably pay him that for that. It would be worth it. I mean, if you wanted a pristine 2+2, that's the one. This other guy has got a 2+2 that looks like it's in pretty decent shape, you know, body wise and everything. It looks pretty clean, but he's got a big LS swap in it with a transmission. And it says in the ad that it needs a rear end, and you know, he says it's drivable, but it needs a rear end. Okay, well, how does that? You know, how's it drivable, but it needs a rear end? And I don't know if he's trying to put a, you know, like a, I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to do. You know, but he did a swap, an LS swap, and he's asking. I think he's also asking $25,000. He'll never get that. Nobody's going to want that LS swap. You know, molested 2+2. Nobody's going to want that. He'll never get that for it. And then some other bozo wants 30 grand for a rusted out, bondoed up piece of crap 2+2 and a Monte Carlo SS. Bondoed up, piece of crap. Both of them don't have the original motors in them. They're both swap motors in them. Just these both project cars that are in just horrible condition. And he wants $30,000 for both of them. And I'm like, you know, you two guys are out of your fucking minds, you know, but whatever. But the one guy's got a beautiful car, so he might get that. I mean, it's not going to go fast, and it's not every Joe is going to call him about it. There'd have to be a total enthusiast like me to even know what the car is, because most people don't even know what the car is. I stumbled on mine accidentally. I was looking for a Monte Carlo SS for my dad, because I already had one. I had bought a Monte Carlo, an 86 Monte Carlo SS, not an Aero Coupe. My buddy has 4 of them. He lives right across the street over here. He's not a mile away from me. He's got 4 Aero Coupes. He just wanted a regular Monte Carlo like mine. He didn't want an Aero Coupe. And so I bought an Auto Trader, and I'm thumbing through it on a Sunday morning, and it was like on the back page, I think it was Pontiac 2+2, and I would just shit myself. I'm like, holy crap! And the price wasn't that bad. It was, I want to say it was like $9,000 or something. I think, you know, it was something like that. It wasn't crazy money. And this is shit. This is like 40 years ago, maybe 35 years ago. So I called my dad and I said, listen, pack a lunch. We're going on a trip. And he says, where are we going? I said, Jacksonville. What are we going up there for? I said, you'll see when I get there. Just pack a lunch. I'll see you in a few minutes. So I went over and I picked him up. We got on the road and I showed him the ad, and he's looking at the car and he's like, well, what is this? And I said, well, it's basically a Monte Carlo SS, but it's the Pontiac version. And he's looking at the picture and he's like, well, that looks kind of cool. I said, oh, wait till you see it. So we get up there and we're looking at the car, and my dad fell in love with it. He was just all over the car. And so until he opened the trunk. My dad's a golfer, okay? So he opens the trunk and it's this big, right? And he's like, well, there ain't no way my golf clubs are going in there. And I just laughed. I said, well, yeah, they'll fit in there. You just have to put them in one stick at a time, you know? And he laughed. So that was kind of the deal breaker. He probably would have bought it right then, except that, right? So on the trip, it was 3 hours to Jacksonville from here. So on the way home, we're talking in the car. And I said, well, Dad, you know, you always go golfing by yourself, so you could just put the golf clubs in the front seat. And he says, yeah, I thought about that. He says, yeah, I've been thinking the same thing. I said, so that's no reason not to buy the car. He says, yeah, okay. You know, all right. So the next day he calls to try to make a deal. And the wife answers the phone, and she can't deal. She has any negotiating authority, so you have to talk to my husband, and he's not home. So I think it was that night. He calls my dad back, and my dad makes him an offer, and he says, I'll take it. And then my dad says, is there any way you can meet us halfway, because it's a 3-hour drive? He says, sure. So I think it was that night. We went there at night and got the car. So we met him halfway. We got the car, brought it home. And then, you know, and he loved the car, and he was so happy with it. And then, like, I don't know, it wasn't even a month later, maybe a little more than a month later. I don't remember if I found it or he found it, but one of us found a Monte Carlo Aero Coupe for sale. Similar price, similar condition, really nice, clean, beautiful white, had the burgundy interior, beautiful Aero Coupe. An Aero Coupe. We weren't even looking for an Aero Coupe. So he bought that one too. So now he's got both. So now he got the Pontiac and the SS in the garage parked next to each other. And I'm just, you know, smiling, looking in the garage, smiling. I'm like, boy, isn't that a beautiful sight, you know? And he was pretty happy with that. And he kept both cars for years. And then he finally, he said, I think I'm gonna get rid of the Pontiac. I said, I want it. I'll buy the Pontiac. So he sold me the Pontiac. So I've got the Pontiac. And then I don't know how many years after that, his health was failing. He didn't want to go to car shows anymore. Because we used to go to car shows together all the time. So he sold the SS Aero Coupe to my buddy that has 4 of them. So he sold it to him. So he's got my dad's Aero Coupe. I've got the Pontiac. My dad's long gone. He's been dead for years. But yeah, that's how I got the Pontiac. And it was a rare find. And like I said, I've gone to a couple of Pontiac shows, and there's only like 1 or 2 of them there when I get there. There's a lot of Pontiacs there, older Firebirds, you know, Trans Ams, you know, some old Catalina 2+2s, that kind of stuff. But rarely do you see another, you know, Grand Prix 2+2. You rarely ever. And so I've got, when I got the car, I went on a hunt for the material. So back in the day, in '86, the dealer got the dealer book for all the cars that they sell that year, and all the modification is available, are in a big leather binder. Okay, and you open it up and you go to whatever car you want to look at. You know, the Bonneville, the Grand Prix, the whatever. And and then it lists all the color options and interior options, and whatever. And you can order the car whatever you want. So I knew from talking with people that there was an insert for the 2+2. It was a one-page insert. It was a laminated, or what do they call that when you put it in plastic? Anyway, one-page laminated insert that they put in the Grand Prix section for a 2+2. So I started calling around to these guys that deal with this stuff. You go to swap meets, car shows, car stuff, and there's guys that sell old license plates. You can buy a license plate the year your car is if you want, and you can buy ads out of magazines, and and then books, owner's manuals, whatever. And so I got a hold of a couple of these guys, and I called them. I says, I'm looking for a very specific thing. Do you have any Pontiac 86 Pontiac dealer books? And one guy says, yeah, I've got one. And I said, okay. So there's a page in it. The most important thing is that it has to have this page in it. And he says, well, what are you talking about? And I said, well, there's a Pontiac 2+2. He didn't know what that was. I said, well, it would be in the Grand Prix section. So there should be one extra page, a white laminated page that's in that section, and it'll say Pontiac 2+2 on it. And so he looks and says, but now mine don't have that. I said, okay, well, thank you. So I call the next guy, and he doesn't have any. I call the next guy, and he says, I got 2 of those books. I said, do either of them have the 2+2 insert in it? And I had to explain it to him. And he says, yep, one of them's got it. I says, I'll take it. What do you want for it? I don't care how much he wants for it. I want it. So, and it wasn't that bad. I think he wanted like $55 or something plus shipping. It wasn't ridiculous, and I would have paid probably $250 for it. I wanted it that bad. So I've got that book. And then I've got the build sheet from the car. I ordered that from Pontiac. So I got the original build sheet for my car. And then I've got all these, NASCAR pictures. And I made this big display thing. It's actually in the bedroom in the house. It's got Rusty Wallace's Kodiak Pontiac 2+2 on it. And then a couple of other... My cat's fooling around. What are you doing, goofball? So I made this whole thing because when I take it to car shows, I set this up so people can read about it and everything. So, and I've got the book open. People just can't believe I've got that page. So when I went to one of the Pontiac meets, the other guys that had the Pontiacs come over, and and on top of that, I haven't shown this off yet. I have a go-kart body of an 86 Pontiac 2+2, and the Valvoline paint scheme with Neil Bonnet's name over the door. When Neil Bonnet raced in '86, he raced the Valvoline Pontiac 2+2. And so I have that go-kart body, and it's out in the shed over here. So I'm going to put that on a go-kart frame and put it on a trailer. And when I take the Pontiac back to shows, I'm going to pull that with me so that I can show off. Because I don't think anybody's ever seen a Pontiac 2+2 go-kart body. I never knew it existed. I think I was at Daytona when I found it, at the 500. Not at the 500, the Turkey Rod Run. There's a big swap meet every year in November. They call it the Turkey Rod Run. And you can take your car in the show, put it in the show. They have big car corrals selling cars. And then there's vendors from one end of the 500 to the other, the speedway. And I found it in a vendor's, sitting there. And I bought it instantly. What do you want for that? I think he wanted $75 for it. I'll take it. Really? Yeah. He didn't know what it was. He had no idea. He didn't know there was anything special about it. I didn't tell him. I just bought it. I said, I'll take it. So, yeah. So that's how I got that. I've never put it on a go-kart yet. I haven't really been... I haven't had the time, honestly, to search down a go-kart or just build a frame, put 4 wheels on it, and mount the body on it. I haven't had time. But I'll probably do that. before I take it to a show. I'm not going to just take the body laying on the trailer. It's going to be on wheels. But the only bad thing, I mean, it's got the big bubble back window in it. I mean, it's fiberglass painted black. It's not, but there's a big hole in the roof because when you sit in the go kart, your head's, your half your body is sticking out the roof. It's that kind of body. But it's, it's an original, you know, 2+2 body. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's so cool to see that rare car, in a go kart body. It's like wow. And obviously, that they did it in the Valvoline, Neil Bonnet scheme was for a promotional piece. I have no idea how many they made. Probably not very many. And I don't know where they would have taken it on a promotional tour. I don't know if they set these up like, how they make the big displays in a Publix, usually out of Coke cases, or, I don't know, here in Florida, they always do a Buccaneer, for our Tampa Bay Bucks, pirate ship. And it's always around the soda, and then there's the big sails and the wheel, the helm, and, it's a big to do. They do these all the time. So I'm thinking, well, maybe they took them to the grocery stores, maybe, or maybe to the tracks and set them up. I don't know. I don't know where the hell they would have put this on display, this go-kart body, but I'm sure it's very rare. And, and I got it. So just one more, my collection of my hoarding. But I hoard cool stuff. I'm a hoarder, but I hoard cool stuff. I mean, a Pontiac 2+2 go-kart body is something pretty cool. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm just going to hang it on the wall in the garage here. Once I get this done, I'm going to clean it up real nice, and I'm going to hang it on the wall in here if I don't put it on a frame and take it to shows. So it'll be in here. I've got an original, a real traffic light, a regular. That's going to be hanging in here. I'll put that up somewhere. Um, so a mint Chevy Chevette. They weren't mint when they came off the showroom floor. Are you serious? A Chevette? God. That's like a Suzuki X90. uh, yeah, my 67 Camaro I have, when I bought it, had a 4-speed Muncie in it. And I broke it, and then I rebuilt it, and then I decided to put an automatic in it. I was launching too hard on that. I was drag racing the car with that 4-speed, and I twisted the rear end really hard. And I thought, if I put a converter in it in an automatic, I can control the launch better. So I took the 4-speed. I still have it. I have both of them. I have the broken one and the fixed one. Um, so I have two Muncie 4-speeds here. Um, you get good money with it if it comes with a free vase. And I just sell the vase for $1 million and throw the thing in for free. Free vase with free shipping. There you go. There you... a sunbird with a General Lee paint scheme on it. Okay, That's cute. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, Michael wishes he could find a mint Suzuki X90 like that. Like that's such a thing. You might as well be looking for Elvis. Yeah, right, Michael. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure your door leads out to a balcony over the grand ballroom. Oh. Not even sanding anything tonight. Usually I start sneezing when I start sanding. Well, I'm not sanding anything, so I don't know why I'm sneezing now. All the dust on here is laying. I haven't disturbed it. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Roy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the continental breakfast will make up for all of it. Love those continental breakfasts. Oh. All right. What else can we talk about? Anything else you guys want to talk about? Anybody else got any see any new deals on it on anything? Any sales going on besides Horizon? You know, I didn't check uh, Tower. Has Tower got anything going on? Let me go look. I'm curious. Uh, they usually have something in the scratch and dent department that's not showing up anywhere else. So yeah, they have the same Timber X UMX Timber X on sale, 60 bucks off. Yeah, that's why I bought it. I was like, normally I won't spend more than $100 on a UMX, but I figured, what the fuck, you know. I already have batteries to fly it, so I figured, why not? What the hell? Because I have two of the regular timber, the Timber Evolution. I have two UMX Timber Evolutions. That I only paid $100 for those. They were 99 bucks on sale. I don't know, a year or two ago. So I bought two of those. Um, Actually, I think one of them's sitting right here on the table here. It's laying around here somewhere. I keep moving it because I accidentally broke the rudder. I got to fix it. You know, because it's in the way. I'm working on the, dropped something on it. Something happened. I forget how I broke it. The other one's still in the box, so the other one's fine. Okay, let's go to Scratch and Dent. That's the only place I ever find any real deals at Tower. You know, their other deals are the same thing that they're selling at Horizon. So if you're getting the Horizon ad, you're getting the same thing. But the scratch and dent um, can be something very different. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I found two. Well, all right. I'll tell you when I get back. I gotta go to the bathroom. This thing's killing me. Oh shit. Oh. Okay, I'm back. So I have the UMX, not the UMX, the regular E-Flite Twin Otter, which is a fabulous airplane, guys. I love that airplane. If you guys ever get the opportunity to get one, you'll like it. Get it. It's a great airplane, great flyer. So so I was on tower one day, just you know screwing around. Now I had broke mine in the hurricane. It was an accident. Um, and during the hurricane, I took it outside because it was filthy dirty, and I figured that the light rain I was getting would rinse it off, and it did. It came out beautiful, but went in the house, came back out, the wind had picked up, and it blew it over, which didn't hurt the plane any, but it broke the prop. So I started looking for props. Nobody has props for that airplane. Nobody. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Really? I can't get a prop for this damn thing? Um, so I was pretty pissed. Um, so here's some good deals, guys, in the scratch and dent. They got an Aero Scout. You guys love the Aero Scout. Um, ready to fly. Normally $249.99. Um, oh, that's only $50 off. $199. Yeah, so that's only $50. Okay, not that great of a deal. This is a pretty good deal if you guys want to. a felony. You know, the fast. Oh no, they're out of stock of that one. Oh yeah, the Aero Scout's out of stock too. Never mind. They don't have any. Never mind. Yeah. So the only thing they have. Um, what is this? The Night Timber X. Boy, that must be a ready to fly for that price. No, it's a bind and fly. Wow, I didn't know that plane was that expensive. $349 normally. On sale for $279. So what is that? 50, 70 bucks off? And they have the Cirrus SR22 on sale. The UMX Cirrus SR22 on sale. I didn't even know they made that in the UMX. Normally $189. They got it on sale for $149 in the scratch and dent. And there's nothing wrong with them, guys. They just, you know, they throw it in there so they can discount it. They say there's box damage. Well, I bought several planes and had never had any box damage. But anyway, they must have opened a shipping container out back they didn't know they had, and they had a whole shitload of Twin Otters, the E-Flite Twin Otters. And I'm like, are you shitting me? Really? So I bought 2 of them. I needed props for mine. There's nothing wrong with mine other than needed props, but you know they were super discounted, and it's such a great airplane. Lights, flaps, you know, comes with floats and you know wheels. You know, it's a great airplane. Love that airplane. So I bought 2 more of them. I was like, I'm not passing this up. Christ, I can't get props for it. Now I got extra props. So, yeah. So, very nice airplane. I got to fly Bose out at the field, and I liked it so much I bought one. It was a really, really good flying airplane. I liked that thing. All right, so they don't have anything going on at Tower. Nothing to talk about. Same thing at Horizon. All right, let me get back to the chat, see what I missed. Right, right. So I guess they're doing a new. I guess they're adding a new plane every day. I don't think the other one goes away because when you click on it, it says on sale till 22. So I'm assuming that means that you know that plane and then whatever they add to it. I don't know what they added today. I didn't look. Um, let me. I thought I still had a Horizon Hobby tab open. I guess I don't. All right, let me go see what they got on for today. If they changed anything. Okay, that's great. Today, McFly, today. Oh, this is fucking horse shit. What the hell's going on here? Okay, finally. Today's deal just dropped. Today's deal just dropped. All right. Same stuff. Nothing new. Still the Fury truck. I bought that. Hey, Fred. Good deal on the Fury truck. 80 bucks off. Maybe interested. 10 scale. Comes in blue and orange. You know, blue or orange. It's only $129. Ready to run. Comes with the battery and the charger and the truck and transmitter, all for 129 bucks. I couldn't pass that up. I bought it. You might be interested in that. It's a nice looking truck. I like it. I like the color scheme on the. This is the brushed version. The brushless one is twice the money, but they had a purple version I really like. Boy, that purple one's really pretty. But oh, here's something new. The Vortex, that buggy car, is on sale. 90 bucks off. So that was normally $219. It's on sale for $129. Comes with a battery and the charger. 10 scale. Oh man, and they have the purple one. I'm gonna have to buy that. I'll order that tonight. That'll be on the way next week. I'm gonna order that. I'm not passing that up. I'm not a big surface guy, but when you can buy a 10 scale vehicle with a battery, charger, everything for 129 bucks, I'm in. I'll buy it. You know. So, yeah, so you might want to jump on that. That's pretty cool. So they did a UMX Draco. Did they really? I uh I thought that would be a great seller. I didn't know they did that. Is there really a UMX Draco? Really? Did I miss that? I should just pee in a vase. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'll increase the sale price for that one for sure. You know, complete with Kenny DNA. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Michael, you really are obsessed with urinals. I don't know what your thing is with your urinals, but you are just obsessed with urinals. Yeah, so that new that Vortex, I'm gonna order that. That's a good deal. Are the Sentence on sale? The 3S brushless? Are they on the Sentence? I've been wanting one of those, but I'm not paying $300. You know, I don't want it that bad. Called a mini Draco. Oh, really? It's not really a UMX. It's just a mini Draco. Roy, no, I don't think it'll handle it. That's I don't think that plane's built. Uh, it's not built for speed. You know, it's just not. Um, you can make it. You don't need to replace. You don't need to make it 8S. You just need to replace the motor. You know, get a motor out of a different airplane. You know, another. You know, like the motor for. I would probably take the motor out of the my RV8, the Flex RV8. I'd probably put that motor in it. It's still 6S, and it'll fly much faster with that, and still stay within the limits of that airplane. An 8S, yeah, I think that plane will come apart. It'd be too fast. It's just not built for speed. You know, and you damn well better balance the prop this time. just saying. Um, but yeah, I gotta go look for this Draco because I didn't know there was a small one. When did they come out with that? I didn't know anything about that. Oh yeah, there it is, 219. Huh? No kidding. I gotta go watch a video on that. I assume it's got all the lights and everything on it, just like the big one. I didn't know how long ago did that come out. I didn't know that came out. I didn't know. I didn't know nothing about that. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know that. Gonna have to look into that. Well, I won. I've won two contests with that plane because it flies so scale. Um, Best scale flight. Yeah, I won it at Bigfoot 2 years ago, and I won it down at Imperial. Um, it just when it flies along so scale looking, it plus how detailed it is. Everybody loves that airplane. I mean, they really do. So so it came out a year ago, really? Wow, huh? That's crazy. I haven't bought many airplanes in the last year, obviously, because that I would have. I don't know if I would have bought it or not, but I didn't even know that existed, so I'll have to look into that. I don't think you could get an 8S battery in the plane. Honestly, the battery bay in that is so stupid that it's very it's hard to get a 6S battery in there, let alone an 8S. So I'm sure you have other planes that fly faster. When you want to do a nice scale, warbird flight, that's when you use that one. Um, you know, that's what I use it for. It's always in the trailer. It's in the trailer permanently. It's hanging from the ceiling in the trailer. And when I want to fly it, I just take it down and fly it. Um, it's everybody loves it. I am going to refinish it though. I'm going to repaint it. I'm going to change the colors slightly. I don't like the green they use is kind of an off. It's not the right color green. Um, so I think I'm going to modify it. When I repaint it. But I'm going to doll it all up, repaint it. You can still get the decal sheet for it, so that's no problem. I can actually repaint it, the whole thing over the decals, and then just put another set of decals right over top of the ones that are there. Um, I love that airplane. One of the guys that shows up at Bigfoot every year, I think his name's John. Um, he had one 2 years ago. He had his at Bigfoot with. We both had him there, but he was selling his. And I went over and talked to him, and he laughed. He said, "Yeah, I got a guy coming out today to buy it." And I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, he's going to meet me here. He's going to buy it." And I'm like, "You're going to sell it?" He goes, "Oh yeah." He says, I've had it long enough." And then he told me he had all these spare parts for it. I said, "Really? What are you going to do with those?" He says, "You want them?" I said, "Yeah." So he sent them to me. I got this giant box, extra landing gear, the landing gear doors, the uh, whole tail section. I got all kinds of stuff. He sent me a whole box of spare parts for that airplane. So Yeah, see, I got plenty of fast airplanes. I don't really mind that it's slow. I just kind of like it because it just looks so good in the air. And come across the runway at eye level, and just cruising along right at eye level, and everybody just flips over that airplane. They really love that airplane. So, yeah, I don't want to modify it. I'm really happy with the way it is. I don't have any the only thing which I happened to get when he sent me those parts, I got two new. The bubbles that go over the wing, the leading edge of the wing, the plastic that goes over where the landing gear is. Mine got overheated in the sun and warped. And it's not bad, not that noticeable, but I've got replacement ones now since I got his, and when I repaint it, I might replace those to get the warp out of them, but they're not that bad. It's not. It's nobody would. I don't think anybody would notice it unless I pointed it out. But yeah, I love that airplane. That's why it's always in the trailer. I always have that with me just in case I get the opportunity to fly it. I'll only fly it in certain wind conditions. I'm not going to fly it in heavy winds. I'm just not going to risk damaging it. Because it's kind of pricey, and so far it's still replaceable. But they discontinued it for a while and brought it back, or at least Banana discontinued. I don't think uh, LX Models discontinued it, but the only place I know of to buy LX models is through Banana Hobby. I know there's another place, but I they're just hard to buy. The market here in the United States is terrible for their stuff. Um, oh, it'll do a loop. If you get up high and dive down, and then pull up, it'll do a loop, which is what you'd have to do in the with the real one. It won't do a loop from straight level flight. You got to dive first to loop it. But it'll loop. I've looped mine. Um, my problem is I can't get the canopy to stay on it. At the top of the loop, it goes negative G's just slightly, and the canopy falls off. So if I do a barrel roll, the canopy stays on. If I do an axle roll, sometimes it stays on, sometimes not. So I don't do a lot of aerobatics with the plane because the canopy just isn't designed. The magnets that are on it are just not. I'd need to add a lot more magnets, and I don't know. Maybe one day, but for now, I just fly it around normal. Um, what battery do you fly yours with? You know what you might try? Reprogram the ESC. You know, put it. Move the timing to forward. Plus the timing, and that might work. All right, Fred. Hey, have a good night. Don't forget to check out those two trucks there on Horizon. 129 bucks, hard to beat, man. I know it's not rocket fast, but you could throw a 3S in it; it'll go fast. Just because it's brushed doesn't mean it won't go fast. So it's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I think I just tried, increasing the timing on the ESC. See if that doesn't fix it. I'll bet that's all it would take to get it to go fast enough to make you happy. You know. So yeah, maybe look into that. Ugh. Okay, since Michael Bear keeps bringing it up. I have an update on the apartment. I'm not putting a full bath in it. Why not? Okay, I'll tell you why not. um, Legally, I can't have it hooked to a septic tank. Okay, so if I did that and the code enforcement came by, they could red tag the building and it would be a nightmare. So I'm going to put a shower in it, and it's going to be a sink in the bathroom and a sink in the kitchen, so I can wash my hands, I can take a shower, but no toilet. So since Michael loves urinals, the shower will double as a urinal. So if I have to pee, I can just go step in the shower, pee in the drain, turn the water on in the shower, and let it rinse the pee out, and we're fine. And I'm just going to have a tube going down the side of the building, and then I'm going to drill a bunch of little holes in the tube, and it'll just turn into a sprinkler when I flush the, when I run the sink or the shower, the water will just, run into the tube, and then when the tube fills up enough, the water will just sprinkle out the side of the tube, water the grass a little bit, and that'll be fine. And yeah, or I could put a, listen, it's not going to be that far from the house, so I can go in the house to use the bathroom. We're going to have a brand new bathroom, so if I have to take a poop, I'll just go in the house. But that keeps me legal. If I don't have hooked up plumbing in here, meaning hooked to a septic tank, I'm legal. It's not a homestead. It's not a nobody can live in it. There's no toilet in it. There's no that classifies it's not livable, and I'm fine. Then I don't have to pull any permits. I don't have to argue with code enforcement. They can't touch me as long as it's not hooked to a septic tank. They can't touch me. So we've shit canned the idea of putting a toilet in, just for legal reasons. Yeah, I could poop in a vase. Listen, we're going to have an emergency marine toilet. Self-contained. They have them on airplanes too. Smaller planes that and we're going to have one of those. And if it's an emergency and I can't make it to the house to poop, or it's the middle of the night and we're sleeping out here in the middle of the night and I don't want to get up and walk all the way and I need to poop, we'll use the emergency porta potty, and that'll be fine. So that's what we've decided to keep code enforcement off my ass. I don't have to get it inspected or anything. If it's hooked to the septic, then I'm in trouble. So, and I just found that out because two girls that go to the church I go to for our Tuesday night dinner rented a camper that was on property, and so they were living in it for a week, and the neighbor called the code enforcement. They came out, and he had the camper hooked to a septic tank. Said nope, can't do it. Shut them down. So they had to move out. So they're homeless again, and I don't know what the guy's going to do, if he's going to unhook it from the septic or what he's going to do. But yeah, that was the problem. It wasn't the problem having water fed to it or anything else. It was because it was hooked to a septic tank. So as long as I don't hook this to a septic tank, which means no toilet, I'm fine. So we're not going to put a toilet in it. And if I have to pee, I'm just going to go use the shower as a urinal, and then just turn the water on in the shower when I'm done and let it rinse it down. It'll be fine. And that way I can take, if I get greasy out here working on the car or whatever, I can go in the shower here and take a shower, get cleaned up before I go in the house. And if I'm cooking out here in the kitchen, there'll be a sink for washing my hands, washing food, prep, that kind of stuff. And that's all perfectly legal. That's what they call gray water. And gray water you can dump on the ground. Black water is septic water, and that you have to contain. So as long as I'm not putting any, black water, we're fine. So, yeah, that would make it a waste vase. Right, exactly. Oh my God. Uh, Boy, you guys really hate my vases for some reason. Holy crap! What'd they do to you? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, or I could build an outhouse too, but it would be no purpose in an outhouse because the new trailer is going to be as close to the garage as an outhouse would. So, you know, it's no point in going to an outhouse. I can just go in and use the real bathroom, and there'll be two bathrooms in the new house, the new trailer. There's two in this one, but we don't use the other one. It's a laundry room. It's a bathroom laundry room, but we don't use it for a bathroom. We just use it for the laundry room. I mean, you know, in an emergency, I'll use it. You know, it's workable. It works. It's just not. We just don't use it. The other one's fine. We just use the one bathroom, and that's fine. And in the emergency, I'll use that one. But yeah, it's mostly just the laundry room. We've got a washer and dryer hook up in there. So that's what we got. But yeah, so not going to put a toilet in. I had every intentions of taking the toilets out of that trailer and putting them in the garage here, and not going to do it. We're gonna buy a brand new, a nice shower stall, and we're gonna put the shower stall in, and a sink, sink basin and a sink, and then the kitchen we're gonna put a sink in the counter, kitchen counter, with a sink, and that way I can wash my hands. We can prep food. Gonna have microwave. I might even have an oven. I just got a free oven. I wasn't planning on running 220 into the apartment part of the building, but I could. It's not that big a deal. But I wasn't planning on putting an oven in. But I just got a free oven. It's pretty nice. It's decent. So, maybe we'll see. Not ready to make that call yet, but when I get to that point, we'll decide whether we want to take up counter space for an oven that we'll probably never use, or just leave it counter space and with gonna have a toaster. And we got one of those super toaster double door, that chef, whatever the hell his name is. We bought one of those. So that works as an oven. You can use that for everything. It'll hold a turkey. It's pretty big. It's got the double doors and all, and it works great. We love it. So we can have that out here in the apartment, because the new trailer is going to come with an oven. So we don't need that in there with the oven. If we need the oven, we'll use the oven, so that we can put the other one out here. Yeah, there you go, Michael. I'll put the tent up, and a waste, and I have a waste. We'll just have throwaway waste vases. You dump in it and then you toss it. We'll get a new one off the shelf. That's a good way to get rid of them. I've got so many of them already printed. Yeah, we could just start using them for throwaways. Just walk over to the burn pile and toss it on the pile and call it a day. Yeah, that's a hell of an idea. That's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah. I printed forget which printer I printed it in. Yeah, I don't think it's that big. I must have printed it in the Anycubic. I printed a waste paper basket. It's a diamond in vase mode, but it's got diamond patterns on the walls. It's just that. They're diamonds that go in and out, in and out, in and out, and it's a whole diamond pattern. It's a waste basket, and it's the size of this printer. Full bed, full height, full bed. So it's three. No, it's 256 by 256 by 256. Yeah, I think that's the size of this one. So I think it's the same size as the bamboo, if I remember right. So yeah, I printed a waste paper basket. Yeah, 3 hour print to drop a deuce. Yeah. What is that? A 3 for 2? Is that how that works? I don't know if you guys uh, care about deals at the grocery store. I, for one, do. Everything I buy at the grocery store is a BOGO. I don't buy anything that's not a BOGO or on sale. Okay, so that's my. I don't have a focus of I need this, 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 and this. I have a focus is what's on sale that I can eat. Period. Okay, that's my entire shopping strategy. Is what's on sale that I can eat, and I'll eat anything. So I only buy BOGOs, or like I like steak, but I don't buy it when it's not on sale. So I'm not paying full price for a steak. I'll wait, and then when they're on sale, I buy a bunch of it. Oh no, that's not true at all, Roy. There's tons of deals. Like I was just going to tell you, last week Publix had 2 liter bottles of soda. Okay, and they're $2 a bottle, but they had a deal: buy two, get three free. Three, all right, three free. To buy two, that's $6, and you get $12 of soda for free. So that's a screaming deal, all right. And it was Pepsi products. So Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, Dr Pepper, you know. So I bought 20 bottles of soda, because that buy two and get three free. That's 5 bottles of soda, 5 2-liter bottles of soda for $6. No, $4. Yeah, 5 bottles for $4. That was a screaming good deal. Well, Michael, I only drink sugar free everything, diet sugar free everything. I don't buy anything it's not sugar free. Period. So it's flavored water. It doesn't it's not really no calories. No, it's not unhealthy. It's not a health drink. Now I also buy at the Dollar Tree, um, and I buy this by the case also. There's eight quart bottles in a box, so I buy it by the box. Eight quarts, um, which is 2 gallons for you guys that don't know how to do math. It's 2 gallons of, um, and the bottles are $1.25, and it's cranberry juice. Okay, it's healthy. I forget the name of the brand. Healthy something. It's cranberry juice with, and then they add something to it, like apple cranberry, grape cranberry. Those are my two favorites. Uh, Pomegranate cranberry, watermelon cranberry. They have all these different, and then they got out of the cranberry entirely, and now you can get like white grape and watermelon, which is no cranberry. Well, I want the cranberry for the cranberry health that cranberries do. I want that little bit of health. Um, so I only buy the cranberry something, but I try to buy the apple or the grape. The grape's my favorite, but the apple's almost as good. I take both of those. So I buy that. That's what I drink. That or diet soda. That's all I drink. I don't drink anything else. Well, tea. If tea's on sale, usually green tea, you know, sugar free, zero green tea is what I usually buy. Um, Sometimes if they have it, a raspberry, sugar free raspberry tea. Yeah. Exactly, Roy. That's why I buy the cranberry. And for $1.25, that same bottle of ocean spray at Publix is like, I don't know, $3 to $5 for that same bottle, and I'm getting it for $1.25. So I always go buy. Last time I was at the Dollar Tree, I bought 2 cases, a case of grape and a case of apple. That's all they had. So I bought what they had. If they'd had more, I probably would have bought more. So, and I drink a lot of that. You only drink sugar-free water. Well, there you go. See, yeah, that's good. Yeah. See, I add sugar to my water. No, I add sugar. I add the sugar supplement. Like equal, not equal. What the hell's the name of the one I use? Sweet and Low. I think that's what it's called. I add Sweet and Low to my water. A lemon. Actually, to be honest, this is what I order. If we go out to eat dinner, water with lime, not lemon, lime, and a pack of Sweet and Low. And that's what that's my drink. When we go out to dinner. And if you haven't tried it, try it. That little bit of sweetness from the Sweet and Low, which is not sugar, takes the bitterness of the lime away. So now you have lime tasting water with a little bit of sweetness to it. It's very good. And of course, it's water. Lime juice, water, and some Sweet and Low. I'm extremely thrifty, Roy. That's why you see me buying, like right now, when I bought I'm going to go in the house and order that whatever it's called. What the hell's the name of that damn thing again? I already bought the Fury truck. And the other one was that the buggy. What's it called? The Vortex. Same price. That's $90 off. So a fully ready to run 10th scale buggy that comes with the battery and the charger for $130. $129.99. That's a good deal. I'll have a lot of fun with that. I usually have at least 1-2 of those in the trailer when I go flying. So when I'm, sitting under the canopy or under the tree, relaxing between flights, I'll drive a truck around. Why not? So I have no problem with that. And me personally, I don't want it any faster than the 2S brushless, because when you go faster than that, it's really not that much more fun, honestly, and you're going to break it. And I don't want to spend money fixing a surface vehicle, okay? So if I run it into the tree at the speed it's going at 2S, it's not going to break. So I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to be delicate. I don't have to worry, oh God, I'm gonna break it. I don't have to worry about any of that shit. So, so that's why I don't have a problem with the brushed 2S. I have plenty of fun with those. I've got the associated short course truck, 10 scale, 2S, brushed, same thing. I bought it, same deal. It was on sale, dirt cheap. Bought it. I love that thing. It's always in the truck. I drive that all the time. I love that thing. Free tomato soup. Michael, I've eaten with you, okay? You don't do any of the shit you say. You're so full of shit. But I love you anyway, because you're so damn funny. Oh my God. Yeah. Mike is not frugal at all. He doesn't give a crap what the prices are. He orders what he wants. He don't look at the price. He don't give a shit. He wants what he wants, and he don't care what it costs. And he's, he can afford that. He's a pilot. I can't afford that. I can't. My price is very limited, so I have to look for the deals. And that's why like I say, when I go grocery shopping, I do the BOGOs, and I stock up, So ice cream was on sale, bought two or four boxes of those. Buy one get one. So I bought 2 or 4 boxes of the ice cream. You know, it'll keep in the freezer. It's not a problem, right? Same thing, steaks. You know, they're on sale, $6.99 a pound. You know, I usually buy 6, 8. You know, bring them home, freeze them. You know, no problem. Right now, oh crap. Damn it, the ribs were on sale and I didn't go buy any. Oh no, they just went on sale. That's right, the sale started Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to go buy some ribs and freeze them. So yeah, so I got to go stock up on those. But yeah, I'm super frugal. I have to be. Oh, Roy, you have not had ribs till you've had mine. Trust me. And everybody says that. Listen, I cook them for the church on game night. Once a month we have game night. And I bring the ribs to the church, and I've gotten so many marriage proposals from the women there because they just, you know, if I don't bring them, they want to crucify me. You know, where are the ribs? Where are the ribs? Yeah, I didn't bring them tonight. Oh my God, are you kidding? Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, but Michael, the urinal is you know, where am I going to? Am I putting it in the bathroom, or where am I putting it? Right? And if I'm going to go in the bathroom to pee in a urinal, why not just pee in the shower? What's the difference? You know, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You know, I don't even have to step in the shower. I can stand outside the shower, pee in the shower, and then rinse it. You know, close the door, turn on the water. I mean, you know, there's no way to rinse the urinal. You know, what am I going to bring mouthwash in there? You know, slushing around and spit in the urinal to rinse the urinal out? I mean, what the hell? You are so obsessed with urinals. I don't know what your deal is with urinals, but no, I'm not screwing a urinal to the wall. It's not happening. I'll just walk outside and pee on the ground. That's what I just did a minute ago. This last time I was back really quick because I just went and peed outside the door. I didn't have to go in the house this time. I'm peeing normally now. It still burns. I'm still bleeding, but I've got a normal stream now, so I don't need to go sit down and grunt a bunch. I'm peeing normally now, so I'm okay again. So I just peed outside. Yeah, I just walk out the door, pee on the side of the building. Yeah, and then come back in. You know, I don't need a urinal, so no problem. Works fine, perfect. So yeah, so that's the update on that. I'm not gonna put a toilet in. We're gonna have 2 brand new toilets in the new trailer. Um, this is gonna be very functional as a man cave. That's all this was designed for. That's all it's gonna be. Um, Nobody's gonna live here. No, Paul Ballard's not gonna live here. He's just made that joke when I told him what I was doing. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna come stay with you." No, you're not. Right, exactly. That's what my shower is. It's a walk-in urinal. And you can't ask for better than that. That's exactly what my shower is a walk-in urinal. So, yeah, Roy. So you weren't here at the beginning of the show. So I charged up my radios and everything last night, and everything ready to go flying today. I want to go flying today. Had one of my bad mornings where I couldn't pee. You know, it happens occasionally. Usually maybe once a year, twice a year at the most. So I couldn't pee. Fought with it for 2.5 hours. Which, when if you haven't had to cath yourself or go to the hospital and have them cath you because you can't pee, you don't know what it's like. I mean, it's one of the most painful experiences you can possibly have. And this has been going on for at least 7 years, if not longer, that I've had this issue. And it's not a prostate issue. Before I ever had a prostate problem, I had this problem, and and my buddy Kevin has it too. If we sleep on laying down in the wrong position for whatever reason, we can't pee the next morning. And the doctor, talked to 4 different doctors now, and they don't know why. They can't answer that. I've had ultrasounds done, and nobody can answer why can't I pee? But before I had the prostate problem, it usually, well, I think always, um, yeah, I think it always cleared. It usually took about an hour, me being up, walking around, sitting down, whatever. It's uncomfortable. It's a little, the pressure's building, but eventually it would relax enough and I could pee and then back to normal. Within an hour, I'm peeing, and then within a couple more hours, I'm peeing normal and everything's fine. But ever since the prostate problem, when this happens, it won't clear. And I just have to cath myself. And every time I cath myself, I bleed. Well, now you have the danger of a blood clot, in your urethra, and now you're not gonna be able to pee anyway. So I usually have to wear the bag until I stop bleeding. And that's what happened today. But when I pulled the catheter out, the end of it was bloody. So shit. So I peed, and there was a bunch of blood in the pee, and then every pee after that, I was able to pee, but it burns because your pee has salt in it, and you're salt in a wound. You got an open wound if you're bleeding, and it burns. But it goes away little by little, and So this last pee outside, there's no more blood, and no more, and it barely burning. So I'm almost back to normal. So if I'm normal tomorrow morning, everything's good. I'll probably go flying tomorrow because I'm already all set up for it. But I won't know until the morning. But yeah, that's the way my day started out today. It was a miserable day. I mean, just miserable. And when that happens, it wears your ass out. When you're trying to pee and you can't pee, you're sweating profusely. I mean, to the point of you're soaking wet. Your hair's soaking wet. It just sucks, okay? And when I got done and I finally could pee, finally got the catheter in, and filled the bag up and everything, I was able to go sit down on the couch. I'm soaking wet, so I put blankets all over the couch, and then lay down, sat on the couch and just sat there, fell asleep, slept for 3.5 hours while my body's peeing, into the bag, and woke up and I was okay. The catheter slid out a little bit so that it stopped peeing, so I had to push it back in until it started peeing again, and then blood came out, and I'm like, oh yeah, here we go again. So watched the movie for 3 hours with Deb, and sitting in a chair, and it wasn't bleeding, so I decided, okay, let's take it out, and I took it out, and it was bloody. So I was still bleeding, even though it wasn't in the bag. It wasn't bleeding into the bag. I guess as I brought it out, it started the bleeding again, which is usually what happens. So I don't know how guys that have to catheter daily, because that's what I have. I have this big supply of daily catheters. If you can't pee, and there's a lot of people in the world that have to cath themselves every time they need to pee. It's not uncommon. But I don't know how they do it without being bloody. I mean, because I can't. Every time I cath myself, I'm bleeding. Every time. And these guys, obviously that's not normal. So I don't know where the blood's coming from. But anyway, so that was my morning. And I thank God it only happens a couple times a year, if that. It's not very often that I have to do this, thank God. But when I do, it's a miserable day. And that could be a problem if I have one of those days when I have to go to work at Disney. I'm gonna have to call in sick because I'm done for the day. I can't, I mean, I could, but I'm not gonna. I could strap the bag to my leg under my pants and go drive the bus, but I'm not gonna do it. I did that once, and it works. It's fine. You can't see the bag, but I just don't want to do that anymore. I'm too fucking old to jump through those kind of hoops anymore. I'm just not going to do it. So I'll just have to call in sick. If I go back to work for Disney and I have one of those mornings, I'm just going to call in sick. Just tell them, sorry, can't come in today. Well, I used to work at Disney. I think you knew that. And I already called them, and I asked them, I'm thinking about coming back to work. Any problem with that? And they looked me up. No, come on back. We'd love to have you. Okay. So they want me back. Not going to happen until after the new trailer's in, at the very least, and maybe not till the apartment's done. I might finish this and then go back to work. So it'd probably be about another year before that happens. Before the trailer's in, this is finished, and I'm in a good place where I can, relax, and just play with airplanes. And then I may go back to work, but not till then. And I may not go. And I may take a job locally, maybe paid under the table at a body shop or something. If I can get a job, sanding cars, painting cars locally, something that's going to pay decent. Because I'm not going to work for minimum wage again. It's just not going to. It's not worth going back to work for that. I can't retire now until 27, so I have to. I have to keep working till I have to keep living on what I have until then. And then after 27, I can retire or go to 70, which is would be 2030. So 2027 is the soonest I can retire, and then 2030 would be. There's no reason to go farther than that because that's the maximum I can collect in my Social Security benefits. It's 70, so there's no reason to go past 70. So that's where I'm at. We'll see. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I can't do anything right now, and I got too much going on, and I just don't have time to go to work every day, come home, and deal with this, all this I've got a few. If we're going to put the trailer over here, I got a couple more trees I got to cut down and get rid of, so I got to take care of that, and so I'm going to be busy, until the new house, the new trailer's in, and this is finished. I'm going to be very busy. Right, Roy. Same here. I can't retire before 67. Well, I can retire before then, but if you want full retirement, you have to go to 67. I have to go to 67 because my settlement on the lawsuit from the bus accident, there's a clause in there that my attorney told me nobody's ever asked about, but I'm asking about it because it says, if you're already collecting Medicare or are going to in the next 2.5 years, Medicare can take my financial compensation. In other words, they're claiming that my winnings of the lawsuit is for medical care. And if Medicare is providing my medical care, then they're entitled to that money. So if I go on Medicare before October of 27, Medicare can take that my winnings from the lawsuit, and it'll be spent. I won't have it. So that's what I'm buying the trailer with. So I and I asked my attorney about it, and he said, yeah, it's just a clause that Florida makes us put in there. He told me nobody has ever had Medicare call them on it, ever. He says all the cases that we've dealt with over the years, nobody's ever been called on it. And I'm like, yeah, but I'd be the guy I'm the one that they'd call. Yeah, same here, Roy. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm going to last longer than that, but who knows? You never know. I'm planning to live longer than that, because if I wasn't, I wouldn't have built this. But I want to get this done so I have at least a couple years to enjoy it. At the very least, I hope. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So I can't retire before 2027. So if I'm going to do the Medicare and collect my Social Security, I can't do it until 2027 minimum. And then after that, you know, I can work or not or whatever. So by the time this place is done, it'll be, you know, I'll be in my 66th year. So do I want to go back to work for 1 year? Probably not. So we have a lot of things to discuss about that. You know, Deb doesn't want me to go back to work because she wants us to go do things, you know, travel, go see people, whatever. Thanks, Roy. Yeah, it's really coming along. I don't know if you saw the pictures of the upstairs when I put the floor in, how big it is. You know, this big empty floor. You know, it's 500 and I think it's somewhere around 520 square feet of empty floor upstairs. It's not empty anymore, but it was when I took the picture. As soon as I finished the floor, I took a picture. Now it's full of stuff. All the shit that's been in my way down here is up there. So it's not my way down here anymore, which is wonderful. That's why the new Dodge is parked in the garage, because I can get it in here now. So it's in here. So, but yeah, it's coming along. I wish, you know, I'll be honest with you guys. Honestly, I think my age is the factor now. I'm just too fucking old to be working this hard. And I don't think I'm working that hard, but, you know, I really don't. When I'm working and I feel fine, you know, and I'm getting a lot done. And then the next day, I can't get off the couch. I'm like, you know, son of a bitch, you know, and usually it takes 2 or 3 days to recover sometimes. You know, I just can't get up. I'm just whipped, and I am, you know, and the only thing I can think of is just, I'm 65 years old. I mean, I'm in a couple of months, you know. So who's framing their own house at 65 years old? Not too many people. So, but anyway, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm pretty sure I can get this finished though. I don't, there's nothing that needs done in here I can't do. I know how to do the plumbing. I know how to do the electrical. That's not an issue at all. I've done it all before. The drywall I did. I learned a few things. I hadn't done any real drywalling before. This whole wall is 16 feet of wall that I did. And it came out real nice, but I had a lot of issues with it, but I learned a lot of it. So I won't make that mistake doing the rest of this. I'm not doing any more mud in a tub, I call it. You know, forget that. You want to get the powder, you mix with water. It's a chemical reaction. It will dry. And once it's dry, it ain't never going to bubble up on you or do anything stupid that's going to make you have to keep repairing it and do over and over and over again like I had to do on this wall. So that's done. We're never doing that again. And, they mix up a big batch of it because they can work fast. I'm going to mix up little tiny batches and do what I can with that batch. And then I'll stop and let that dry and move on to another section. And I'll mix up another little batch and I'll do that section. And I'm just going to do it piecework. And as I get better at it, I'll add a little more, do a bigger area. And once I get, real proficient at it. But, I did pretty good mudding this wall with the pail, the pail and spackle crap, but, it kept bubbling, you get an air bubble. And I fix it the way they tell me to fix it, put another coat over it, bubbles right back up again. Every time I put the new moisture reactivates the old stuff because it's an air dry product, not a chemical dry. Gets wet again and it bubbles right back up again. And I just cannot get it to go away. So there's 2 little bubbles on this wall that I can't fix. Well, I'll fix it with the new stuff. When I fix it with the powder, it won't reactivate. It'll be a done. And then I can finally do a final coat of paint on this wall. But I might, that's not an issue. This came out fine. It looks good. The bookcases are hiding the uglies, so there's 2 little spots. Actually, one's down low down there, so you can't see it, and the other one's up high over I think it's over there. And that bookcase is covering it, so you can't see either one of them anyway. So it's not even, it's a non deal, you know. So, but yeah, anyway, so that's where I'm at, guys. So no urinal in the garage, no toilet in the garage. We're gonna just, I'm gonna stay with under code, so I don't have to deal with them because the rest of this is not regulated. It's mine. I can do whatever I want with it. There's no CO here. There's a certificate of occupancy is on something you live in. I'm not living in this. It's not going to ever. Nobody's ever going to live in this. So I don't need a CO. So. Oh, so you're a couple months older than me, Craig. So you're already collecting your Social Security, and that's why you got banged for the $4,900. You're right there, Juno. I thought the golden years when we get 65 are going to be better, but you're right. It just keeps getting harder. Life it really keeps getting harder. Um, it really does. So yeah, and you're still working, right, Craig? You're still working full time, part time. Yeah, I couldn't live on my Social Security anyway. I don't have enough Social Security to live on. Part time, okay. Yep, that's the big problem. You're right. The health, fighting health is the big problem. That's where all your money goes. Thank God I'm under the Affordable Health Care Act, and I don't know why, but this year I don't have to pay anything. All my coverage this year's free. I've been on this thing for 4 years now, 5 years, I forget, and I've had to pay like um, anywhere from $27 to $42 a month, which is cheaper than paying $5 per prescription for just my meds. Okay, so it was well worth it for me to pay that because I got no deductible, no co-pays, none of that. Um, and it only cost me, like I would say average $37 a month, average over all these years. But this year I don't have to pay anything. It's free now. I don't know if it's because I'm turning 65 this year. I don't know what the circumstance, but I actually called them and asked them what's going on because I'm confused. And they said, nope, you're completely good for the whole year. You're already approved for the whole year, and you pay nothing. And I got still the same coverage, so I don't pay for I don't have co-pays. I don't pay for my meds, nothing. So 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 it's a good deal. So I'm going to hang on to this as long as I can. I don't know how long I can keep pulling this off, but as long as they keep letting me sign up for it, I'm going to keep doing it. And then even if I'm sure when I hit 67, um, hell, they might even do it. I'm afraid they're going to force me onto Medicare and not let me keep doing the affordable health care because at 65 I qualify for Medicare. Um, so I think it's probably going to go away, and that's why I would go back to work at Disney. Because if I have Disney insurance, I don't have to go on Medicare. So that would be one of the reasons to go back to work. If I'm on somebody's insurance plan, then I don't have to go on Medicare. So, so that might be what I have to do. Get a job doing something. But I could go back to work. Right now, I think they're going to pay me $27 an hour to go back to work at Disney as driving a bus, and I can't make I can't make anything close to that. I'd be making half that if I went back to work here locally. doing whatever, working at the auto parts store, you know, working at Publix, flipping burgers, whatever, whatever menial job I could do. Hell, they didn't pay me much more than that to drive the bus locally, so I wouldn't go back to that. So yeah, if I'm gonna go back to work, unless I can find a good paying job here locally, I'm going back to Disney. Um, so yeah, that's another one. And I'm really struggling with that right now. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I can't. Just cannot get the weight off. I'm still eating right and everything, but it just I've hit a wall. I can't get the weight off. Um, no, I'm not. I'm not that high. I'm less than that. Yeah, that's another thing too. Healthy food's always more money. That's why I buy. That's why I have to do the BOGOs. When the vegetables go on sale, buy one get one. Load up. The steaks go on sale. Load up. Um, you know, the ice cream. And I don't eat that daily and don't eat much of it. I only buy like ice cream cones or sandwiches, something like that, a proportion. So, it's a proportioned amount that I eat. That's it. You get one cone or one sandwich or not a half gallon and go sit down with my spoon and just start shoveling. Yeah, I don't do that. I just I get proportional, and that's what I have to. If I'm gonna snack, that's what I snack. Had a salad tonight. Had a real nice salad from Applebee's tonight, and that's all I've eaten all day. I haven't eaten a thing today. Um, Actually, I think no, I did. I had a Lunchable after the bout with the prostate this morning. Well, not the prostate, but the catheter. When I sat down, um, I think I went to sleep, and when I woke up, I think I had a. So I woke up around 2:30, I think, um, and I had a Lunchable, which is cheese. I can eat cheese. Cheese is on my menu. Um, Either turkey or bologna. I forget. This was turkey, I think. So turkey's on my menu. Um, and a cracker. Well, the cracker's not on the menu, but it's the delivery vehicle for the cheese and you only get six. So you get six crackers, six slices of cheese, six round patties of turkey, and you put one of each together, and it's a little sandwich. And then I have a couple cookies, two Oreos, and that's your Lunchable. So, um, so that's all I had today. That, and then I had a salad. That's it. And I'm drinking my cranberry here. So, you've been zooming, Jeff? You've been quiet in here, so I'm assuming you've been in the Zoom. You fell asleep. Did I put you to sleep, or did the Zoom put you to sleep? I'm guilty of that. Hell, I did that on my show one night. You guys caught me at that. I've done it. Yeah. Hell, doing my own show when I fell asleep. Yeah. What are you gonna do? It sucks to get old. I've had plenty of sleep today, so that's why I'm still wide awake now. I'm not, I'm not dozing off here. I slept all morning recovering, so yeah. Why'd you get up at 4:30? Did you go flying really early or something? Yeah, you're right. It's almost 3 a.m. here. Yeah, but that's listen. I'm always up this late. You know, I'm not a morning guy. I'm a late night guy. I watch all late night TV. Usually at this time of night, I'm either watching. Well, I watch Star Trek until 1, and then after that, I usually get on YouTube and find something on there, or I'll put on a movie. And sometimes, if I'm starting to get tired, I'll still put on the movie or whatever, get comfortable, turn the volume down, and I go to sleep while it's on, and then it just keeps playing all night, and that's fine. I just sleep through it. But if I'm not tired, I don't get nestled in, and I watch my movie or whatever I'm watching. Um, but yeah, rarely do I go to sleep before 4. And during the summertime, like now, during the weekdays, because Deb works, and I don't want to go in and wake her up. She gets up at 5:30 in the morning, so I stay out here till 5:30. I stay out here working until 5:30 in the morning. Once she's up, I see the bathroom light go on. I know she's up. Then I go in, and I get comfortable and go to sleep or watch a movie or whatever. But usually during the summertime, when it's so hot out here during the day, I can't stand it. I work all night, and that works fine for me. I'm okay with that. So I just stay out here and work, and then I go in. But lately, hell, I haven't been staying out. It's been cold out here. The last couple nights, it's been in the 60s out here, and you know, I've been trying to paint, and I can't paint anything because it's too cold. The paint's not reacting. Like, for instance, I can show you. This was a test I did months ago. This very chrome looking mask, okay? Well, I painted it with the same paint. This mask. But it was in the 60s last night. And it's nowhere near as shiny as this one. I mean, it's not even close. And I don't know what the hell's wrong other than the temperature. That's the only thing I can think of. But this is kind of like just silver, and this almost looks like chrome. You know, this is close to chrome looking. But this is full of layer lines, and this was a defective mask. And that's why I used it as a test, and I didn't prep it. I just painted it. And it came out really nice. But this one is super smooth. All the lines are out of it. Perfect. It's beautiful. But it's not shiny like this. It's got a matte finish to it. I don't know what the hell happened. Other than temperature. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Try something else. I gotta figure out how to get this finish back on this, because that's what I want. I want this finish on this. So I gotta figure out how to do it. I don't know what I need to do. The only difference is that this was primed and this wasn't. So if the gold filament, the shiny gold filament, caused this to stay shiny, I'm screwed, because I don't know how in the world I'm going to get this back to if I sand this back down to the bare filament, the layer lines are going to come back. So then I'd have to sand it all over again. So I don't know. I'm still working on it. I haven't figured it out yet. But it's a little irritating because my cheapy test bed was, came out beautiful, and now I can't reproduce it, and I don't know why. So anyway. All right, I can feel I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again, so I'm gonna go ahead and end this, guys. It's I need to, because I know I'm gonna have to go pee, and it's time to go. So thanks for coming, though. Appreciate all you guys being here. We've been on here for 5 hours, so that's cool. It's a good show. Had fun. So I'll see you guys next week, maybe. Again, it's not a guarantee. I wasn't even sure I was going to come out here tonight with the whole catheter thing, but I decided to give it a shot. Anyway, so great night. thank you guys. We'll talk to you later. And I hope I get to go flying tomorrow and get some video to show. So we'll see how that goes. You know. All right. Catch you later. Talk to you later, guys. Bye.